All right, I love that. So it is great to be here. This is actually going to be our last board meeting before the some of our holidays. We, of course, first day of Hanukkah. I think it's the third day of Hanukkah today, isn't it? And I know we have Christmas coming up, and we're going to have the New Year's coming up. And so, first and foremost, I want to wish you all, and I'm sure all of the members of the board join me in wishing you all a very happy holidays, and certainly wish you health and happiness in the new year for you and your family. And it's my pleasure to be the chair of the Board of Supervisors and also the supervisor for District 1, Patrice Horseman. District 2.
Good
District 2, are you here?
Good afternoon, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor for District 2 and current Vice Chair.
District 3.
Thank you, Chair, and Merry Christmas, everyone, and a very blessed and prosperous New Year. Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
District 4.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. And Judy Begay, District 4 Supervisor. Thank you.
And District number 5.
District 5, Lena Fowler, welcome.
All right. Well, we have completed our roll call, and we have a lot of really important items. That's why our regular board meeting is starting early. We will do the call to the public at our regular board meeting time, which is at 6 o'clock. So at this point, we're just going to proceed with the special part of our regular board meeting. We have a presentation and discussion regarding the quarterly capital projects update and facilities-related projects. And who best to discuss that than Tom Hanachek? So thank you for being with us, Tom.
Did you want to give an intro, Erica, or you're good? Thank you, Chair Horseman. It's good to be the first one up after lunch, but hopefully nobody ate lunch because this morning's breakfast was kind of big, but no judgment here if you did. So this is our third increment. This is the third time we've been up here to provide the Board of Supervisors a capital update. We're going to mix it up a little bit today. Some of our projects that are advancing don't have significant updates.
Yep. Jess, I can interrupt you just for a moment. And I see the pledge is not on here, but it will be at 6 o'clock. So I just want to point that out. This is our special part. What you normally will find at a regular board meeting will be here at 6. So thanks for bringing that to my attention, Judy.
Excellent. So we're just going to jump right into it. You'll see a little bit of a different format today, and then we're going to wrap up with the same Q&A if you have any, and give a brief overview of some of the capital topics that we're going to cover during the board retreat in January. So without further ado, I'm just going to jump right into it here. There's a little bit of a delay. So similar to other updates, we're going to have the sheriff will not be here today. I'll give just a brief update on the project that's happening over at the jail. And then we'll have Jeff Stein from our department talk about some of our projects in addition to some smaller ones that I'll cover at the end. We're going to combine Public Works with our Joint Operations Center today because they're kind of two projects that are simultaneously happening on the same site. We'll jump into some updates that Parks and Recreation has. Have questions, comments, concerns, cover those, and then we'll jump into the board retreat topics. So real quick, Sheriff Axelin was here the last 2 times. Really what you see is the update for today is going to be updated photos. So these were some that you saw last time with the site being scraped off here. And as we advance the slides, you can see some significant work happening. For those of you that were at the breakfast this morning, you heard from the sheriff's office that progress is moving quickly and they anticipate being close to completion about this time next year. This is a big project, so there is a lot of work going on. You can see some foundation work right here and some slab work with that image with the yellow right there. So these are great photos, and we hope that in the coming months, we'll be able to see some vertical structure going on there. So with that, I want to turn it over and cover some of the projects from our department, which we have a lot of them. You've heard about these capital projects with a variety of funding sources, and all of them are progressing really well. So I'd like to turn it over to our Senior Construction Manager, Jeff Stein, that's going to cover 3 or 4 of our projects here.
Thanks, Tom. Chair Horseman, members of the board, thanks for the opportunity to talk about our projects here today. First one is the HHS renovation project, and this will be creating the Youth Behavioral Center in the King Street building and also renovating the lobby. So we've got about 3,000 square feet of space for the Youth Behavioral Health Center and about 5,000 square feet for the lobby. The total budget on that is $3 million for both scope of work. And we're well into construction now. We'll be looking to finish that in the spring of 2026. We did just receive a Greenway grant for $40,000 to do the landscape. So it's going to help us do some trees and nice and make the youth behavioral patio area nicer. Small funding we got for that. So likewise here, we're just going to go through some construction photos. Here we are in the field. Tim Schultz, I'll introduce. He's our assistant construction manager. He's running this project, so reviewing plans in the field now. He's out there regularly, pretty much every day, working with KCS, the contractor. And then some progress photos of the construction. We've got the wastewater construction. So this is for the new restroom in the youth behavioral area. And then we are also in the youth behavioral area here, putting up walls and working some ductwork in the ceiling grid. Then next project we're working on, this is the joint Public Works facilities project. So we're running this as one large project. The two projects will be happening bid at the same time, constructed at the same time. So we're going to be building a new 17,000 square foot vehicle storage barn. And then the new emergency operations would be about 9,000 square feet. And then in the top of the right slide, you can see the storage barn is to the left, the new emergency operations center to the right, and then an aerial showing what that campus will look like when we complete. So the budget for the EOC is $6.2 million, and we're approximately $6.5 million for the storage barn. Both projects, as I said, are being run concurrently. Right now, we're at 90% drawings, and so we'll be looking to bid this in January. And then here we have a rendering of the storage barn, and then a plan view of what that barn will look like. It'll also include about a 3,000 square foot conference space. So that's in the lower left of the drawing. The rest of the building will be for Public Works vehicle storage. And then we have a bay at the very end, which will be for the emergency management trailer. We can store that inside and keep it charged up and ready. The next project is our HVAC capital renewal project. So we began this project back in 2023, and it is to improve the HVAC at 5 county buildings. So that is controls for all 5 of those buildings, HVAC controls that'll automate, give us remote access to information about the temperatures, the water temperature, et cetera. And then we also were able to complete some other physical improvements to the infrastructure. Admin building here, we did a new boiler. We just did a new chiller on the courthouse building. And we're anticipated to complete that project this summer, 2026. I'm going to turn it back over to Tom to talk about the Tribal Nation Service Center.
Before we let Jeff go, were there any questions on those projects?
Supervisor Ontiveros.
I feel like I should know this, but when is the EOC facility scheduled to be completed?
So we are looking to start construction this spring, and we're about a 15-month lead time to begin construction to end of construction. So that'll put us about fall of 27.
Good. Just looking at these pictures, that is going to be a nice facility when this is completed. So looking forward to it.
And by the way, some of this would not have happened but for the fact that we got some congressionally designated funding. So a big thank you to our representatives in Washington, D.C., our senators and congresspeople.
I just wanted to also offer, from government affairs perspective, thanks to Nexus, they accelerated and were able to achieve a FEMA EHP in record time so that we had no issues with delay of that program, those programs causing a delay. So we received that, and so all the CDS funds can be applied towards construction as well.
Absolutely fabulous. That's wonderful. And it looks great. A little different than what it looks like there right now.
Thank you, Jeff. So another project that we've been talking about for a number of years that is tied to federal funding also is the Tribal Nations Service Center up in Tuba City. And I have some good news to share today, that there'll be a consent item to officially sign an agreement with the federal government to release the funds finally for this project. And that's coming in front of the board on January 13th. So with that, you heard about a couple other projects. One of them is the HVAC facilities project, the capital update that we're doing, and also HHS. So Tim Schultz is the construction manager that's working on both of those. Both of those are wrapping up concurrently this spring, early summer, which is when we'll start the initial design phases and kick off the Louise Yellowman County Park project. So with the release of federal funding, availability of some staffing resources, we'll be able to dedicate time on that. So expect more robust updates on this project as we go through. Usually the initial planning design phases requires a lot of feedback. It's very engaging. It's, in my opinion, one of the most fun portions of any project besides actually opening the building and getting services to the citizens. So we're excited to get this one going. And these are the same artist drawings that we've had for a number of years. This was done through a robust programming process. This is a result of an architectural feasibility study we had to complete with the congressionally directed spending. So more to come on the actual layout of the building, the size, but it will be located at Louise Yellowman County Park on the north side there. So I want to jump into a couple other projects that we haven't talked about here in these quarterly updates. One of them is a relatively smaller one. We do a lot of small capital renewal projects each year. Every year in the budget process, we have a 10-year capital renewal plan that addresses certain things like the admin elevator is one thing that you probably remember here. The restoration of the courthouse doors and windows is another one that we did recently. But one of the smaller ones we did in this fiscal year that I want to bring to the attention of the board, we just wrapped up new carpet in the Center for the Arts Theater. And that was in partnership with Creative Flagstaff. They were able to get all new chairs also. So I'm excited for our next event there because we may be able to sit for more than 20 minutes without getting uncomfortable. So thank you again for that contribution of money in our capital renewal budget. So that's a good success. We were able to knock that out in a matter of a couple weekends there, and it looks great. So thank you. A couple of the other projects we just want to give a very high level update on for intent. One of them is Fredonia Justice Court. And I believe the board had just heard about this at the last retreat. And I kind of want to just give an overview of what the intention is to do at the Fredonia Justice Court. So town of Fredonia they allocated $200,000 to renovate the interior of the building to allow for expanded court services. And that's ultimately what we're doing is we're just going to shuffle people around within the building. The majority of the funding for this project is actually coming from the town of Fredonia, but most of the improvements will be made in the county space. So courts are excited up there. The town is excited. We're going to be managing that project in partnership with Skylar Palmer. For those of you that are familiar with town staff up there, he's the public works director. He's going to help us manage it on site because a 3.5 hour drive is tough for us to go up there on a regular basis during this. So another example of good partnership with local municipal agencies to help accomplish goals to get services to our citizens. Page Adult Probation is another project that we're doing a very high level concept design and estimate for that project. So we were up there 2 weeks ago with one of our architects and adult probation staff to actually go over what their needs are. It's the programming phase of it. So the architect needs to understand exactly how we design a building to meet current needs. So we're going to take that to the level of just very high level understanding of what can we do in the building and how could we set up that building for success moving forward. Any questions on any of those?
Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you for the updates. I know Fredonia, we've done a number of upgrades there, and this is another one that we're going to be tackling. So that's really great. I'm really happy that the partnerships with our towns are really healthy and they are, working with us, and that partnership is so needed. And it's still the same in City of Page as well. But adult probation, I'm really happy that we're paying attention to the very cramped space that they reside in, and hopefully, and I'm excited that you're there and be able to work with them and improve what they have at hand right there. Thank you. It is small though.
Yes, it is a small building.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments on these?
No, other than we're excited, the Center for the Arts too, and thank you for getting that done. So, and as you know, the board was able to put some money for CI funds for their seating. And for those of you who have the last minute Christmas gift, I know they are taking donations for seats for the Center for the Art, and you'll get a little plaque for you and your family on the back dedicating the seat to you and your family. So call Center for the Arts for those last minute gifts.
They do take cash and check and cards, right? All of it. So real quick before I pass. Yes.
Supervisor Begay.
I just want to say thank you for being persistent in getting the Tribal Service Center underway. The administration here did a lot of work, and I just want to say anybody that was part of this, I think it's badly needed out there for services so that, we can have several other departments go out there and, provide services to families from like Page area or, to Navajo Mountain, and things like that. So I just want to say thank you for that. And I think it's a long time coming, for these services to be decentralized or not decentralized, but to be out there for the people to take advantage of. So thank you so much, administration and the board. Thank you.
Excellent. So before I send it over to Parks and Rec for their updates, just want to offer extend an invite to any of the board members as a group or individuals. If you want to tour the King Street Lobby and Youth Behavioral Health or any of the projects we're talking about once we start construction, feel free to have your DDs reach out to me. We could get all that coordinated to go over and see construction. It is fun right now with walls going up, and so it's an interesting time to check it out. And then the other thing Jeff mentioned for the Youth Behavioral Health Center, specifically for the patio, we did receive a grant which we'll be bringing in front of the board for formal acceptance. It's called the Greenway Grant, and it's to help us develop a more robust landscape there with shade trees and other habitat. That'll dovetail nicely with the intent of the Youth Behavioral Health Center. So, interestingly enough, since the person following this presentation is the director of DFFM, the grant that we received is actually through that agency. So, not sure if he knows that we got it, but you can at least thank him if he's here, if you wish. So, it's a little fun fact there. What was the total amount? For $40,000. So pretty substantial too. All right, I'd like to turn it over to Rob. Are you presenting from Parks and Rec? Mr. Rob Morrison.
Good afternoon, Rob Morrison. I'm the Operations and Construction Manager out at Parks and Rec. Thank you for this opportunity, Chair Horseman and members of the board. We don't have a ton of updates about our projects, but we have some significant ones. On the Frontiere project, as we talked about before, this is 3 miles of new trail, a new Ramada, just like the one that's right across from the bike park restroom that you guys came out for the grand opening not too long ago. Feels like yesterday, but it's been a few months since then. Some weed mitigation, some gate relocation, some interpretive signs. So budget, we had $250,000 park capital for the demolition and soil restoration, weed mitigation, and we have a heritage grant finally signed by Arizona State Parks and Rec, so that's done. You guys signed it previously as well. Thank you very much. So right now, we've got a contractor on board, signed contract, on budget, ready to start trail construction. We're going to start that coming this spring. We'll be doing our part of the match for the grant first, and then he will come in after us and finish the construction of the trails. We're currently sourcing the logs for the big Ramada. If you don't know, we source those from trees that we have to fell in the park for a variety of different reasons. And so the logs that make up the Ramada are from trees in Fort Tuthill. So that's a kind of a unique thing that we continue to process those things to keep things in-house, if you will. We're hoping to have trail completion by the September of 2027. That will include all of the Ramada and the interpretive signs. Trail construction, we're hoping to be done probably sometime fall of 26. Commons restroom, we are working through the final little bits of verbiage in the contract with the contractor for this project. The budget is sitting really pretty right now. We're sitting there well under $100,000, well under $1 million for the total project, what it's looking like with the civil work, et cetera. So we're going to be right around $1 million for that. Like I said, we're finalizing the contract right now, hoping to start them in their 240-day process of construction for the building, and then they bring it in, fly it into place. We do the civil work and get that civil work done prior to them showing up, and we have a new restroom, just like that. So we're hoping to have that done sometime September of this next year. Quad Utility Improvement Project. It's the project that brings me nightmares. We have a contractor on board. We've got the contract signed. It is up for consent item for you guys today. So if you guys get that signed, then away we go. We are well under budget, which is a good thing. It's good to start projects under budget, which we are, so that's huge. It took us a long time to get the Army Corps of Engineers notice to proceed. We've got that. The contractor's been selected. We're looking to start here in January of this next year with construction sometime, hopefully early summer of 26. We've got some projects on the horizon that we haven't talked to you about recently or at all. One of those is Gonzales Lake Ranch. As you know, we're looking to potentially get a donation of land to the county for Gonzales Lake. Right now, the budget is sitting at about $150,000 of Parks Capital for the acquisition. That's going to go to Trust for Public Land. They're hoping that it's going to be conveyed to the county sometime this spring of this next year. Amphitheater investments, we've had a multiple amounts of meetings with our entertainment to really prioritize the projects that have been presented to you in the past. We're gathering quotes on some of those. We're looking for a very detailed update that I think Cynthia is going to provide to you sometime in January to give you a little bit more depth of information as to what we're looking to do and how the timing and phasing of it is going to happen over the next couple of years. As you know, the budget is $500,000 that you guys provided to us from the general fund. Some of the things have been done already. We have replaced all of the chain hoists that were failing, so those have all been done and replaced. We are working on some other estimates for engineering for increasing the amount of weight that we can hang from the truss in the underneath the roof for the larger acts that our entertainment wants to bring in. We're looking to expand the ADA seating this coming spring to include upwards of additional 9 to 10 additional spaces, which will help with the expansion that we've talked about previously. And that's where we sit with the amphitheater at this point. Yeah.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you. Are you guys going to be moving the fence this year at the amphitheater?
I think that's one of the things that we're looking at. We're looking at trying to figure out how we want to time and phase things, because we don't want to sit there and expand things too much. We don't have the capacity within to handle the additional capacity. So I think that's kind of really what's going to be driven by the conversation that Cynthia has with you in January.
Okay. No, I'm looking forward to it, and that makes sense what you're saying. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I assume also with the collaboration and coordination with our entertainment. So obviously that's huge. And by the way, I love the amphitheater. You know, I love the amphitheater. It happens to be in District 3, but I love going to District 3 for that amphitheater. So, and I'm really looking forward to some of the projects, because I do think it's a gem, and I think it's something we, quite frankly, have not used its full potential. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Thank you, Chair. Great comments. We love it as well. And like I said, we are working really closely with our entertainment, making sure we understand what their needs are, making sure that we're addressing the needs of the facility as it sits now, and hoping to, as we build towards expansion, that we don't end up putting ourselves in a bind. Last one is the Fort Tuthill Campground. It is one of those unhidden, untouched rough gems in our park system. We know that there's a number of work that needs to happen out there. I know Cynthia has done some communication with some other counties and what they've done for theirs, and they've gotten some estimates of roughly a $1.5 to $2 million for a well-appointed campground. So that's kind of the baseline numbers that we're working with. We're going to start the planning and design with the partner involvement and kind of move forward towards what that's going to look like and how we can better appoint that campground to better suit not only the campers' needs, but our needs and our partners' needs as well. We do have a campground repair fund that's sitting at about $150,000 right now. We have had conversations with our partner with an anticipated partner investment of about $400,000 minimum, as well as there's always an opportunity for us to go out for grants for that campground as well. Scheduling, we're looking for planning in early 2026 and potential construction sometime in 27, 28. And that's all that I have.
And I think we have Supervisor Fowler.
I'm really happy that these projects are moving through. I don't know how many improvements we've had in the amphitheater, and we have so much more to do through the years. You know, there's just been a small increment, just improvements that have been done. And then the campground, that's been in the books for forever. So I'm really happy that we're getting to that. We always say it's a revenue generating, but you got to have the infrastructure. The infrastructure has been such a challenge, and I'm really happy that we're able to get to the point where we're at. And the bathrooms were there forever also, but really happy that we're moving on and actually improving the campground, and it's very much needed. And I noticed like RV parks, and they're very expensive for people. So when it comes to these campgrounds, we need more campgrounds here. So the improvement is going to be great. Thank you.
Great comment, Supervisor Fowler. Thank you so much. And yes, it is something that we really want to make sure that we're doing the amphitheater justice as well as the campground justice.
Any other comments, questions? Thank you, as always.
Thank you, Chair Wood.
Okay, any general comments before we jump into what the topics for the board retreat in January are going to be? Okay.
Let's get it done.
Oh, geez. Okay, we'll make it easy here. So there's a lot of bullet points up there, 7 total. So following the last board retreat, there was a couple topics that we wanted, that the county manager's office wanted to cover with the board in the next retreat. So unfortunately, you're going to have to spend a lot of time with me on that day, is the way it's shaping up. So I'll try and, I don't know, wear fun clothes or something, whatever works. A lot of topics that we're going to cover. We're going to go into detail on some of the projects that we reviewed today. So the Joint Operations Center, the Tribal Nations Service Center. We're going to discuss the board chambers. Many of you were involved in that planning process in 2023. So we're going to pull that back up and look at it together as a team. And then we're going to talk about that structure across the street that some of you that are on the west side of the building look at every day. So the old jail and the historic jail, and kind of what that project looks like. Before we get into those, we're going to take some time to provide a strategic strategic priority from a capital standpoint, and review some of the key components of the facilities master plan that was approved a year ago in February. And I think it'll help set the stage for future conversations, immediate capital needs that we're talking about today. Ones like what Rob just talked about, ones that are upcoming, and also the longer term vision. So we'll be talking about all of those topics. The other thing we'd like to discuss is kind of the capital outlook and making decisions for today that are going to set the county up for success in the future. So more longer term vision. So that's it.
I guess I guess that we have to wait for the retreat to get the.
Was there a drum roll? Did we miss the drum roll? There was, no, okay.
It's kind of like coming attractions when it's the loss for us to look forward to. So we look forward to a number of these items. Some of them have been long on our list, and we are looking forward to complete discussions. And just bring chocolate. You don't have to worry about
Chocolate?
crazy dress. Just
Okay,
bring chocolate.
perfect.
Okay.
I'm pretty boring in general. So that's awesome. And since we have a little bit of time, I just want a lot of our capital projects that we work on. You hear it from different departments, but we all behind the scenes, we're all talking. We're all talking about these projects together. We share resources, we share experiences, and it's really great partnerships between the 4 departments that come up here quarterly to present. And that's really, it's very intentional of why we do that. And it's ultimately to have the best project built with the most amount of efficiency, rather than having 4 different entities within the same organization going in different directions. So I just want to say, let the board know that we do have very good relationships with these other departments, and we do it from an organizational perspective, which I think is very important. And furthermore, for us, they get to work with users like HHS, emergency management, flood control. When we do the Tribal Nation Service Center, that touches 7 or 8 different departments. That's a very robust partnership approach to determining exactly what should be in those buildings. And I just want to say thank you to those departments that we work with. We appreciate those relationships. We don't always agree on things, but we always work through it and get the county the best product for the money that we're allocating to it. So thank you for letting me.
Thank you, Tom. We'll be seeing you soon.
All right. Yeah. A couple weeks. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you.
Tom, Chair, members of the board, if you don't mind, for example, the Tribal Nation Service Center, as well as the Joint Operations Center, a large part of the project management effort is not just building the structure, but all of the funding alignment leading up to the building of that structure. And really appreciate the consistent effort on when there are funding gaps, how do we fill those gaps? And we've certainly had some concerns with our federal funding allotment. And what are we going to do if that doesn't come through? But let's not give up on still trying to work the federal funding. And so we've just had some recent success as well with the Joint Operations Center and some of the FEMA requirements as part of that grant, and ensuring that we're both meeting the requirements, but not being assigned requirements that aren't necessarily necessary for this project. And so just want to thank Tom, Team Eric, Government Affairs, for continuing to get it to a place where we can build. Now, I caught this, Rob, from you when you had said the utility project, it keeps you up at night, or yeah, it's because that's not something that we cut the ribbon and you can see that what we're building, but that is core to what is necessary that needs to happen at Fort Tot Hill. And I could tell you, we could tell each other some really difficult stories about the infrastructure at Fort Tot Hill. The age of the infrastructure, how it was originally built, not to current engineering standards by any means, but it worked, but not for the level of activity that we have today. So this is a really significant funding opportunity that we're capitalizing on to provide those services to our citizens, so people can come to the fair and we're not stressed out when the toilets are being flushed as much as we have historically, right? Because that core infrastructure was concerning. And so just want to thank us in typical county fashion, making it work like we have, but let's make it better too. So those federal funding dynamics, it's how's the saying go? You don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth and complain about it, but sometimes those federal funds can be really difficult to navigate. And so really looking forward as well to continuing the discussion. We have some historic inventory. Tom noted the historic jail. That was the first building built that exists in the Coconino County inventory. It's Coconino sandstone. That means a lot. It's a beautiful, I hate to say a jail is beautiful, but the architecture in the Coconino sandstone really speaks to who we are in our original development. 1892 it was built, Tom. The courthouse was 1894. So if we can look at the old jail and the sort of stucco and the second story that's been built around it, we'll really be able to see sort of how we established ourselves originally in our county seat. So thank you.
And Supervisor Vasquez, good to see you.
Good to see you too. Finally in a place where I can make some comments. I just want to say thank you for the presentation. It's really good to see where we're at with these different projects that we've been hearing about for a long time, for several years now for some of them. And it's exciting to see that they're finally getting to that point where they're going to be implemented. So thank you for the presentation. And I just look forward to the conversations on how we can push some of those other projects that are still kind of still held back, how we can get them pushed through so that we can get those facilities that we need for our county. And then finally, just all the cool stuff at Fort Hill. That's one of my favorite parks as well, even though it's in District 3 and not in District 2. But it's a worthwhile place to go visit because it's so much fun and has so many things that it offers for our community and for visitors to our area. So thanks again for a good presentation. I look forward to future conversations around our facilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good to see you. All right, any other comments? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Okay, Tom, can you remind me, what is the name of the grant that came through DFFM?
Yeah, it's called
The
the
Gateway?
Greenway Grant.
Greenway, okay. Thank you.
That was, we were notified of that last week. Of
Okay.
the award. We applied for it. It's a relatively quick turnaround time. We applied for it about a month ago, maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Oh,
And then
that
we were
is
notified
fun.
last week. Yeah.
And Tom, that will be utilized for,
Shade additional landscaping in general for the youth behavioral health patio and kind of that back area and the entrance to youth behavioral health. So the intent of it is how trees and plants could help with therapy and kind of like that and everything surrounded in the science behind that. So it's a good opportunity for us to expand our original plan that we had and make it a little bit more robust and more inviting. Yeah. Yep. And again, we'll be coming to the board for official approval for that also. That'll be a consent item coming up in a future board meeting.
Thanks, Tom.
Good. Thank you.
Okay. Can we proceed? Now, I know we have a time certain, but
I think we can proceed with that.
I think we
It
can
looks like we have a crowd gathered. So.
yeah.
A crew.
My hand. All right, good morning, Chair and board members.
It's afternoon,
Good afternoon. I've been sitting here too long this morning. Today, we're holding the fourth in a series of presentations regarding the wildfire insurance crisis. Our presentation today focuses on the activity at the state level involving wildfire risk and insurance. As you are aware, the Resiliency and Mitigation Council recently completed its fact-finding effort and finalized and released their report. And now a new process is getting underway, is being launched to provide the state legislature with recommendations for legislation and policy actions. I'm very pleased today to introduce Tom Torres, the Director of the Department of Forestry and Fire Management. Tom has been a strong supporter of our county and flood control district's commitment to forest restoration and to our flood mitigation efforts as well. As you well know, they were a critical funder of our NRCS grant for the flood mitigation, and
have supported our Bill Williams Mountain projects historically as well. Want to share with you a little bit of background about Tom. I know we were all very supportive of his appointment as director by the governor, and we're very excited to see him in that role, given his knowledge and experience with forest restoration, fire suppression, et cetera. I think we've been served very well by Tom over the last several years and prior, frankly, too. But his level of activism and activity, particularly with the Western Fire Chiefs and other organizations, or the Western State Fire Forestry organization, has been really instrumental too. A lot of activity at the federal level, not just at the state level. Tom, of course, is the state forester and leads the Forestry and Wildland Fire Organization, and also leads the Office of the State Fire Marshal, which I think he's going to talk a little bit about today, potentially. As the state forester, he has jurisdictional responsibility for forestry and vegetation management over 9 million acres of Arizona trust lands, and fire suppression responsibilities for over 22 million acres in coordination with local fire districts across the state and other fire agencies as well, fire departments, of which we have a few represented with us today. Welcome them, and glad to have them join us.
Would you mind introducing them? It's great for them to be here, and really appreciate them taking part of their afternoon. So at some point,
you bet, absolutely. Tom has been in this role as director since February 2023. Prior to that position, Tom worked with the U.S. Forest Service for 33 years in a variety of staff and leadership roles, mostly in the Western United States, including Arizona, Colorado, New Mexico, California, Oregon, and Washington. The last 10 years of his Forest Service career was spent in Arizona, and he retired as the Deputy Forest Supervisor on the Tonto National Forest. Tom graduated from New Mexico State University, where he studied, which I didn't know this, studied undergraduate civil engineering, which is great, and he also studied graduate level organizational management at Portland State University. As we all know, Tom has considerable experience in wildfire management, forest restoration, engineering, partnership development, and executive leadership. We know he was fundamental to the 4-5 process as well. With that, I'll share with you that I've asked Tom to both share some reflections on the process that was just culminated by the task force, and share some reflections on that process, as well as talking about the upcoming process by the task force to create the recommendations that will go to the legislature. This is a very important process, and I asked him to share with us too, how can the public and how can counties provide input to that very important process that's getting underway. I also be sharing with Tom and with you this weekend. I had a chance on flying back and forth from California for my 5-year-old grandson's birthday, which, if you didn't know, was a national holiday. Is read the recent legislation passed by the state of Utah relative to the wildland urban interface, and they're putting in quite an extensive program relative to the WUI. And then Colorado and their tax credit program for home hardening and other related fire reduction activity on private property. And so I think those are two elements that certainly will probably come up in this discussion with the task force, and we'll look forward to seeing how that all is moving forward. There's also some interesting research that's being done looking at the wildfire and insurance issue, and insurance across the country, looking at other disaster impacts as well and what's happening with insurance. So I'll share that with you as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tom, and we'll come back and introduce the team that's here. So thank you so much. It's great to have you here.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Hey, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me and allowing me to talk about things related to insurance and fire. As was just said, I've done a lot of things, But I want to preface this by saying I'm not an insurance expert. But I will tell you what I've learned over the last year. You know, there's been a lot of interest in issues related to wildland fire, the WUI, and insurance-related matters. And last legislative session, there was a lot of discussion. What can Arizona do? Other states, as was just described, are doing things. I would also mention New Mexico is embarking on a program to make funding available for hardening homes and communities. And so there's a lot of things happening. You know, last year, sort of as a result of all this interest, the DIFI director, that's the Department of Insurance and Financial Institutions, they are the state regulatory body for insurance. The director reached out to me and said, hey, let's form a group to learn about what other states have done, what might be things that the state of Arizona can take on, and what is the best science, what is the opinion of important people like fire chiefs and the NFPA, that's the National Fire Protection Association. They're the folks who publish the FireWise standards. At DFFM, that's the other thing we do, is we manage the statewide FireWise program. Just to give you some numbers, there are about 215 certified FireWise communities in Arizona right now. That is a significant increase over what we just had maybe just a couple years ago. It may have almost doubled. And so that speaks to a couple of things. Number one, it speaks to the increased interest of homeowners and property owners and developers on what they can do personally to protect their communities. And number two, the second thing it highlights for me is the fact that there's some science behind what can be that can be implemented to help protect communities and homes. And so I think we almost doubled the number of staff that we have in my department to manage a FireWise program. We have FireWise communities in every county in the state of Arizona. And so that's a big program that we continue to manage and deliver across Arizona. So I thought how do I work the slides here? Do I have this button here? All right. So I thought I'd just preface my remarks about insurance by just giving sort of a snapshot of what we see. I put these slides together a couple of weeks ago, so I'm going to bear with me. Really, I want to have a conversation. So at any time as I'm talking, feel free to raise your hand and just interact. I really want to have a conversation with you all and share as much information that is useful to you all as elected leaders in Coconino County. So the first thing I wanted to just show is the increase in WUI conditions over the last, say, 30 years. You know, if you look at the slides, the graphs on the right show the number of housing units in the WUI area, and the data is from 1990 to 2020. Obviously, we're 2025, so the data is a little bit dated, but it definitely shows a trend. The number of developed or homes within the WUI area in Arizona has essentially more than doubled. Right now, there's, I think it says 1.4 million homes in the WUI area. I'm confident in saying that there's probably well more than 1.5 million homes in the WUI area. The WUI is the wildland-urban interface. That's the interface between the wildlands and the built environment. The other thing that, if we break down that data a little bit more granularly, this is the housing units in WUI by county. If you look at Coconino County, at over 64,000 homes in 2020 were considered in the WUI. Pinal County actually leads the state in terms of growth of the WUI. It has about 128,000 homes and a 223% increase over the last 30 years. Every county has seen significant increases in homes in the wildland-urban interface, and who doesn't want to move to Arizona? And so that's what that reflects. And so anyway, these are numbers that we track in my office pretty routinely. By the way, these numbers are from the University of Wisconsin, the Silvas Lab, that track WUI conditions across the country. You can get it by county, and you can get it globally for that matter. And so this is a really good source of information that we use at DFFM. So let's just talk about wildfire risk just real quick. So, there are many maps that talk about wildfire risk across the country. In Arizona, this is what we have in Arizona. It's a little bit dated, but they all essentially show a lot of the same features. There's a big band of red along the most heavily wooded parts of the state, and there's also a lot of red on the federal estate, including the U.S. Forest Service. But there's also some other things to keep in mind here. There's wildfire risk in every state or every county, 15 counties. There's wildfire risk, even in Yuma and Bisbee and Mount Lemmon and obviously Coconino County, Navajo County, Apache County, et cetera. And so I'm going to talk more about risk here in a minute, because that's one of the features of the new bill, is that it requires my office to determine areas of risk for insurance companies to provide information. So last year, the Resiliency and Mitigation Council, we met 10, 11 times in Phoenix, and we brought in a lot of perspectives on fire and insurance. And essentially the goal was to answer the question, why are homeowners in a wildfire-prone area experience rising premiums, policy non-renewals, and in some cases, loss of insurance availability, and what can actually be done about it? So we engaged over 11 months or so with a lot of folks to understand what some of the challenges are. And I'm here to tell you that one of the things I learned is that there is no single silver bullet. It's a multitude of different things that are going to be required to actually address this issue. It's a systems problem that sits at the intersection of wildfire behavior, land use, building practices, codes, insurance market, and community preparedness. There's a lot of factors that are involved here. So some takeaways from what we learned, and again, if you are interested in looking at the report, it's 68 pages. It's on the DIFI website. It's not a long read. Like I said, it's only 68 pages, but it has some really key pieces of information that we're going to take to the next step as part of the Insurance Review Task Force. And I consider this as a stepping stone, what we learned last year and what we can do in the future. So a few takeaways from the Resiliency and Mitigation Task Force. One, insurance pressure is being driven by more than just Arizona wildfires. There's premiums and non-renewals are rising nationwide due to inflation and construction costs, repeated catastrophic losses across the country. Think Southern California last year, the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire. Sharp increases in reinsurance costs, and even fires and storms outside of Arizona affect what insurers charge, because reinsurance is a global market. And that's important to realize. One of the other things that we learned, maybe the biggest thing for me, is that there's not a lot of real hard data around the number of insurance policies that have either not been non-renewed or canceled or just not issued. And so that's one of the fundamental requirements of the new Insurance Review Task Force law, is to get hard data. And it's going to force the insurance companies to give us that data so we can make more informed decisions about some of these issues. One of the things that we also learned is that for insurers, survivability is pretty important to them. We learned that 90% of homes that ignite in a wildfire are total losses, and insurers are increasingly focused on whether a structure is likely to ignite, not whether it sits near a fire-prone landscape. There's been hundreds of millions of dollars invested across the West and even in Arizona itself to mitigate the wildfire risk in the wildlands, the national forests, state trust lands, where my responsibility lies, and county lands, municipal lands. But more and more, we're sort of realizing that the actual fuel are the built environment and the structures themselves. All right, so anyway, those are just some highlights from the Resiliency and Mitigation Council report. Let's talk about HB 2054. This establishes the Insurance Review Task Force, and that's really what I want to walk you all through, let you know what the timing of that is, what its purpose is, how you can engage, and at the end of the day, I want you all to consider me a resource. for the ongoing work as we delve into this. So first of all, I mentioned that data was a big factor, the lack of data more precisely. And so the bill stands up the Insurance Review Task Force, and it says not later than April 1 of each year, each insurer that writes homeowners insurance in the state shall report to the director of DIFI certain information about insurance policies. And I've already mentioned some of that stuff. There's more details that are in the law, but essentially it's give us data so we can make decisions. The other thing that's important to recognize here is what I have highlighted towards the bottom. It says, in the geographic areas of the state designated as, quote, heightened fire risk as identified by the director of DFFM. That's me and my team. So we've been heavily engaged in trying to figure out, again, I mentioned many models exist of risk. I showed the Arizona RAP earlier, and so we've been really thinking about, okay, what is the purpose here? The purpose is not to predict wildfire risk itself. It's to identify those areas of the state in which homes and where they might ignite. And it's not meant to drive insurance decisions. Insurance companies are private companies. They make their own business decision based on a lot of models. This is not intended to do that. This is simply to define in areas of the state, especially in the communities that have some potential for igniting homes. So just to sort of cut to the chase, this is public. Well, you all are the first folks that I'm going to share this information risk on the model that we're going to use. And we're going to use the wildfirerisk.org model. This is a publicly available risk model managed by the U.S. Forest Service through the Rocky Mountain Research Station. And it tracks two things. It tracks the wildland fire threat on the wildlands, but it also talks and represents risk in the built environment, i.e. communities. And so there's, we're going to obviously take advantage of the modeling that talks to the risk in the built environments. And so some advantages of this modeling that we're going to do is that it's, number one, it's publicly available. Anybody can go on the website right now and type in wildfirerisk.org and come up with the basic framework of how that modeling is done and what the science is behind it. So it has scientific credibility. It's federally produced, peer-reviewed, nationally consistent, and it allows Arizona to align its fire risk delineations with accepted Forest Service and FEMA methodologies used in a variety of different decision-making. So if you look at the wildfirerisk.org model, it has sort of like that model I was showing you, a lot of red around communities. And so one of the things that we're doing is we're spatially identifying quarter-mile area delineations on the map, and then any structure within that quarter-mile area is going to be flagged for reporting. And so these are the areas that we're going to be providing to the insurance companies, saying, we need your homeowner's insurance information within these areas. So I'll just tell you, I've looked at the map. I was just looking at the work that we did just a couple of days ago. It's going to include most of Flagstaff. So we're going to be asking for most of Flagstaff, most of Sholo, on top, all those communities. There's significant risk in the communities themselves. And so expect to hear more, but that is the basic framework for how we're going to be complying with this section of the law that says we'll be designating areas with heightened fire risk. So it's going to include a lot. So the Insurance Task Force itself is established in DIFI. The DIFI director, the acting director is Maria Aylor. She's again the acting director. They don't have a permanent confirmed director right now, and she will serve as the chair. I will serve as the vice chair, and we're according to the new law going to appoint various members to represent various perspectives on the task force. I get the opportunity to designate 4 members who are appointed by the state forester and who have expertise in wildfire areas and wildfire prevention and mitigation. So I'll just share with you who those folks are. We wanted to make sure we had representation from the fire departments across the state. They're primarily represented by the Arizona Fire Chiefs Association, and they've recommended that Paul Otrogi from Flagstaff be their representative. So Paul has been appointed. They've gotten his appointment letter. We're going to kick off our work right after the start of the new year. Also from the Fire District Association, there are 144 plus or minus fire districts across the state of Arizona. Their voice will be represented by Chief Randy Chevalier from the Timber Mesa over in, I think it's Navajo County. Aaron Kassem works for me. He's our FireWise program manager and chief of prevention for the state of Arizona. He will be on the panel or the task force as well. And then a person named Barbara Rice. Barbara works for a fire code, and she does so much, really. She's got an extensive experience in fire code and building code development and implementation and interpretation. She works for a firm called Shums Coda. They're a nationally, Western states focused. She's the Arizona representative for them. And she's also the president of the Arizona Building Code Officials. So this work is gonna, this issue related to insurance and codes and stuff has a big need for that voice to talk about fire codes and building codes, et cetera. So those are, including myself, those are 5 members of the 9-person task force, and the DIFI director has named 3 other persons that represent the insurance industry, and I think another sort of code official person. So those are the folks who have been identified. They've all received their appointment letters, and we're getting ready to kick off here real soon. So the department, when it says department in the bill language, it's talking about DIFI, and so it shall provide annual aggregated and de-identified insurance premium and policy coverage data reported by insurance pursuant to the section of ARS statute. And so it's important to know that this is going to be, again, aggregated and not specific. You can't go up there and see search somebody's property by name. It's going to be aggregated and de-identified so we can talk about trends and details based on communities and et cetera. The number of complaints for the calendar year that is related to the non-renewal and cancellation of homeowners policies. One of the things we heard as part of the Resiliency and Mitigation Council was we heard a lot of direct testimony from homeowners, direct testimony from insurance agents, and again, we want to get real data to really understand the scope and scale of the issue that we're dealing with in Arizona. So what is the task force required to do? So we're going to review the data received from the insurance agencies. We're going to identify current and historic trends in some of that availability of homeowners insurance. We're going to look at rates. We're going to look at non-renewal and cancellation trends. We're going to review data to fire risk mitigation science and make recommendations related to building codes, defensible space, and ordinances that reduce the risk of wildfires. I really want to emphasize that the big difference between the Insurance Review Task Force and the Resiliency and Mitigation Council is this task force is charged with actually making recommendations. It was a little bit frustrating in being part of the Resiliency and Mitigation Council because most everybody on that board wanted to do something right there. We wanted to make recommendations right then and there, but this is the tool, this is the group that is actually going to make recommendations to the governor's office and legislators about what can be done in Arizona at different scales. And so the last thing here is item F, which is real important as well. The task force may establish ad hoc work groups for the purposes of the section and consult with experts in the field of wildfire risk, impacts, think codes. There's new standards out there that are gaining some interest. I saw the IBHS wildfire standard over on the table over there. That's one. There are other WUI codes, and so there are a lot of things that this work is going to impact. I already mentioned codes and authorities and jurisdictions, as was mentioned. One of the things that I have at DFFM is we have the Office of the State Fire Marshal. We are primarily tasked with establishing the statewide minimum fire code for communities, counties, and we enforce that code on schools, county and state-owned buildings. I think this is a county-owned building, so this is probably under our jurisdiction. And so that's a big deal for us as well. And so how's that, how are those code recommendations going to be considered, and what can be done with that stuff? So that is a quick sort of rundown of what the purpose of the task force is. One of the things that maybe I didn't mention is that we expect this group to continue for a little while. The appointments that were made to the members are for 2 years. And so we're going to convene formally to kick off our first meeting in January. And yeah, that's what we're doing. And I'm happy to take questions or answer provide any more information.
Thank you. And thanks for being here with us this afternoon. And it's so amazing to have the director, DFFM director, with your background and experience, who understands Northern Arizona, understands our forests, understands some of what we are dealing with in terms of the risk and what we're dealing with in terms of mitigation. So, first and foremost, thank you for being here. I'm really pleased that you're going to be the assistant director of the task force,
Vice chair,
vice chair of the task force, and because with your background and experience, we know you'll be able to bring a lot of our concerns and interests to the table on that. Ultimately, and I know City of Flagstaff and Coconino County have been working in partnerships together to try to, number one, educate the communities across Coconino County, Flagstaff and Coconino County, because there is, as you say, it's systemic. It's just not one thing that is causing the problem and causing the insurance rates increase. And, there are things that we can do as individuals. There's things that can be do as neighborhoods. There are things we can do as local government. There's things that we can do also the state of Arizona. And so I'm really very pleased with the task force doing exactly that, gathering the data. It's going to be education, not only for local government, it's going to be education for our community members. So I'm really looking forward to this. I was a little disappointed, too, that the past task force just basically was not making recommendations, but we all have to start somewhere, and I really appreciate this moving forward. So thank you. We look forward, hopefully, for periodic updates on where we are. We want to be here to be part of the discussion and also work to be part of the solution. So please reach out to us, too, as you proceed with the task force. Any other comments, questions, members of the board? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Torres, for being with us today and bringing us this information. And I didn't realize that was you sitting over there when I asked the previous presenter about the grant that he had just talked about. That came through your office. And I would just like to extend appreciation for that to you for that. And also, I'm the District 3 supervisor. So Bill Williams, the project that is going on there is in my area. And it's my understanding, I believe we've also received funds from your office for that. And I also wanted to thank you for that as well. That's an ongoing project. And I guess maybe my question or comment is that have you undoubtedly have heard kind of the frustration of homeowners, because we feel, I've termed this before, we just feel like we're throwing the kitchen sink, like if I thin here, if I do that, surely my insurance is not going to get canceled. And so you have undoubtedly heard this frustration, right? Is this task force going to be able to get answers from the insurance company what can we do to keep people insured?
Supervisor, the basic answer is yes. And so I have heard that, that frustration. You know, there has been millions of dollars put in to mitigate fire risk on the wildlands. At the state of Arizona, we invest, to your earlier point, we invest about $40 million a year across the state of Arizona to mitigate fire risk, both on private lands, on unincorporated on unincorporated private state trust lands, and even on the federal estate, because that's where the risk is. And so, you know, we want to understand, and one of the beauties of the task force is that we'll actually have insurance representatives on the task force to help us understand those. There's a phrase going around, mitigations that matter. What are those mitigations that matter to an insurance company as they set a policy, whether it's a rate or whatever? And so I am hopeful that at the end of this, we actually understand what are those mitigations that matter, so homeowners can take action on those mitigations that will actually make a difference. That's my hope.
And I also share that hope, because I talk to so many people that let me know, I've done this, I've done that. And so if this task force is able to get mitigation that matters answers, that's going to be very helpful to tell our constituents and our communities. So I'm very glad to know that there is going to be someone from the Insurance Institute on this task force. So, and again, thank you for being here.
Any other comments, questions? You know, I will note one important thing with the data collection that you're doing, and it is important to note that it's not necessarily where your house is next to the forest. It is basically the structure and how you built that. And I think that is something with this data and mitigations that matters. We can really put to good use when we look at our zoning codes and we look at our building permits. So really, really appreciate that. So thank you. Any other comments, questions, members of the board? Well, again, thank you for the trip up here. Yes.
Madam Chair, if I may, and Deputy County Manager Peterson, Director Torres, as we advocate at the legislature, we of course are taking up mitigation efforts and funding for DFFM. The WRF funds very important to us. What are your asks of the legislature, if you could just inform us from your department's perspective to help us inform our advocacy context there?
Well, I have a lot of asks, but I'll just name two. One is, you know, a big part of our role at DFFM is fighting wildfires, and it's expensive. You know, not only do we provide fire suppression responsibility on the state trust and unincorporated private, but we also work with the federal agencies, the Forest Service especially, on those things. And so we're asking for a more secure wildfire suppression fund. That's one. The second one is we sort of it has to do with the State Fire Marshal's Office. We understand, well, you should understand, I know, that the statute in which the Arizona State Fire Marshal operates, that statute language has not been touched in many, many years, think 20 plus years. And so we're spearheading a statute modernization to get more clarity on things related to State Fire Marshal's Office, and that means codes. And so that has maybe some direct relation, or at least secondary relationship, to the work we're doing with the Insurance Task Force. Those are two things. You're welcome.
I think that Vice Chair Vasquez is, I can't see it online, but I understand he has his hand up. So there he is. Supervisor
Yes,
Vasquez.
thank you. First off, thank you for the presentation and some of the data. It's really, we know that the wildlife urban interface is an issue and an issue with insurance but to see the numbers really puts it concrete. So thank you. Just wanted to say thank you for all the support over the last couple of years. I know when in 2023, when you first came on, we were still just recovering from the tunnel pipeline fires, and you were instrumental in helping us get some of the support that we needed locally. And so just wanted to say thank you, and thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
And we're sorry you aren't going to be able to do the hawk tour in the Upper Rio, because that's very impressive what's going on up there in terms of our forest restoration efforts. You have Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you for your work and your team's work and just working with us. I know that we're not the only county that is is concerned about this. This is an issue that is nationwide. And I'm wondering, as we advocate at the federal level, what are some of the, what would you suggest that we advocate for? Are you working at the federal level on any legislation or any kind of advocacy? What are you doing at that level? Because that's what we're going to be preparing our federal agenda to be able to deliver again in February, and working with the county association across the country. So I'm just wondering what your approach has been, you and your team. Thank you.
I love that question. Last week, I was in DC making Hill visits to the congressional delegation. I met with Representative Crane, Senator Gallego, Senator Kelly, Grijalva, anybody that'll listen. And one of my first legislative asks is to maintain the federal funding and get some certainty around the budget as it relates to mitigating the wildfire risk on the public lands. That's number one. There are some other issues. You know, there's been a lot of, there's some pending legislation right now. One piece of legislation is the Fix Our Forest Act that has passed the House, I believe, and it's awaiting passage in the full Senate. We fully support that. I fully support that. That will keep the momentum going in Arizona with regard to emphasizing investments in the wildland, on the U.S. Forest System lands, to be honest with you. It also makes some changes to how the Forest Service pays the states. I don't know if you all know this, but we do a lot of work. Well, I already mentioned this, but we do a lot of work under what's known as cost share on fighting these big wildfires. And there's virtually not a single large wildfire, including Dragon Bravo, that happens at my office that we're not in what's called unified command. And one of the challenges is getting reimbursement from the feds. We act as a bank for the feds. I have a $20 million account that I use to pay the local fire districts and departments across the state when they come out to help us, because they are the tip of the spear. And so all things related to maintaining the financial ability and ability just in general of our fire districts and fire departments, those are top of mind on my head. You know, so some of it has to do with new legislation. Some of it just has to do with the appropriations. You know, when the president released a skinny budget back in the summer, it zeroed out a lot of programs that we use to support our local fire districts and fire departments across the state. We are advocating, not just me, but my counterparts throughout the Western United States, advocating heavily for the Senate and the House to put that money back, because those are direct funds that I point back here because my fire partners are behind me. Those are funds that we use directly to help our local fire districts and departments. You know, what we did, and I always remind anybody that'll listen, we met with the new undersecretary of USDA, who's going to be essentially the boss of the Forest Service, and the chief of the Forest Service last week, as well as doing the Hill visits, and emphasized the importance of those programs and reminded them that when smoke is in the air, the first responders, the largest workforce across the country, especially the Western United States, they're not firefighters in green trucks for the Forest Service. They're local fire districts and fire departments. So their health and their partnership is critical to helping manage that. So those are a few things. Yeah, maybe I'll just stop there because I could go on for a long time.
Thank you. That is exactly what we're advocating for. You know, we had a rural caucus fly-in, which is the rural counties, over 2,000 rural counties in the country. Representatives from there flew in, and that was the main, just what you brought up is what was brought up, and we just went across the country to the senators, and then we also disaster task force, reform task force. We're really looking at the FEMA Reform Act as well, and those are really just the talking points from all of the staff that are here that we've been really advocating for there. So I'm really happy that we're aligned with our message, and that's really important. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And we've also had wonderful representation with our representatives from Arizona, you know, our two senators, course, Representative Stanton has been very active in the FEMA and continuing to fund FEMA. So we're very lucky and very fortunate that way. So appreciate your voice with them. Any other comments, questions, Supervisor Begay?
Thank you, Mr. Torres, for bringing this presentation to us. I think it is very important that, we all work together and that, always, updating. If we have to go to, like we're going to Washington, D.C., any kind of documents that you feel that we need to carry with us. And you can probably get that with Keith and also Eric and our county manager here. So I just want to say thank you so much. And I think, as I see here, the plans and what's going on thus far, I think we're on track. We want to be somewhere, where we can be there for our people that live out there, things to work that works for them in all parts of, our areas. So I just want to say thank you so much for you and your team. And, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Welcome. I'm happy to share our legislative talking points and stuff. I'll share those with you all. Yep.
And I know we've got some introductions you're going to be making too.
Thank you so much, Tom. That was really, I think, informative and sets a course as moving forward. And I think we have an opportunity to continue to work together with Tom and DFFM on both the state and federal legislative activity. I think the other piece there is the Farm Bill. A lot of the funding for this is in the Farm Bill. And so advocating for the Farm Bill and adequate funding in the Farm Bill is going to be critical to all this. So introductions. Very pleased to have with us today Todd Miller, who's the chief with the Highlands Fire. I'll go from right to left. Of course, Mark Gaylord, fire chief from the city of Flagstaff. Paul Latrobe, city of Flagstaff, and he manages primarily their wildland fire group and a lot of the related. He was here before and presented on the work they're doing to address, like support people with assessments, wildfire assessments, and so forth. And then we've got Earl Callender, who's with Now Summit Fire, recently the new fire chief out at Summit, which is great. And then Shelby Erickson is with Highlands Fire and also leads their Bear Jaw crew. And so we've worked with Shelby a lot over the years on all the cleanup efforts in Highlands and Pinewood Fire over the years, and great community program, and hopefully we can promote and get funding to support more of those across the county. So thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for your service and appreciate you being here and your continued support with this issue.
Thank you, and thanks for being here this afternoon. Any other comments, questions, or any comments you might have for us? Paul, thank you for serving on the task force. So we got the Merry Christmas back. So
all right. Thank you very much.
You. Thank you. All right, moving along.
We do have folks here that are representing our dark sky community. So I think that we are okay. We're a bit early, but still on schedule.
Well, I am so glad, and I'm so glad that they are here as well. And I am so pleased to see the Flagstaff Dark Sky Coalition and Dr. Danielle Adams and her crew and our own Mark Stento. And we are so pleased to congratulate you and to thank you for the recognition the city of Flagstaff received for being awarded the Dark Sky City of the Year. And I have to say that is pretty darn cool, and we're pretty darn proud of it. So really appreciate you being with us, and please join us. Thank you, Dr. Adams, for being with us.
Thank you so much. Madam Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors of Coconino County, I'm Danielle Adams. This is Chris Lugenbuehl, the president of the board for Flagstaff Dark Skies Coalition. I know you just thanked us, but really we're here to say thank you. And thank you to all of our Coconino County residents. This Board of Supervisors is the latest in a long line of boards of supervisors of Coconino County who have made a conscious decision to protect our night skies. And that protects and enhances our quality of life here in northern Arizona. In 2001, the efforts collectively of the county and of Flagstaff culminated in Flagstaff becoming the world's first international dark sky city. Next year, Flagstaff will celebrate 25 years as the world's first dark sky city. And the world is taking note. Chris and I, just a couple hours ago, were speaking with a New York Times reporter doing an article about dark skies in northern Arizona and this anniversary. So the world is taking note. So this award really belongs to all of our residents, everyone who does their part in small and large ways to protect the night sky. So I'm going to ask Chris to share some words to provide some historical context about this, and then I'll wrap up by reading the text of the award.
Thank you for joining us, Chris. I forgot to make your introduction, but please,
That's fine.
pleased you're here.
Thank you, Chairman Horseman, members of the board, including Geronimo off the screen, and as Danielle mentioned, a long string of people for the last 30 plus years since we began this recent journey to protect our night skies effectively. I wanted to relate personally the process that I was involved with because it's been such a positive experience for me. I will start with people who aren't in this room and whose names many of you will recognize. When I began working on dark skies as an observatory representative in the mid-1980s, without the flames behind us and no pressure, just updating our lighting code, things suddenly shifted when there was a proposal to relocate a trucking relay facility from the area in the industrial part of Flagstaff, east of the mall, out near the Naval Observatory. This was Yellow Freight.
Yeah.
At that time, things suddenly shifted gears, and we began to work quickly instead of with the city and the county, with the county and the city. We began to work with what for me has been one of the most exciting and fulfilling relationships of my career, and that was with the Community Development Department under Bill Towler, and other people who are mostly not in this room, but in fact, the one who I think was there in 1989 just left the room. Bill Ring was part of the team then, and maybe the only person besides me standing still involved. When it eventually got past the Community Development Department, which had an uncommon and uncanny understanding of the importance of dark skies and how it was a broad community value, not just an observatory and astronomers community value. Then it shifted after. It was a pleasure working with those planners who not only helped me understand how it is to regulate lighting effectively through zoning code standards, but also to help bring the whole policymaking process into the mix, to involve the regional planning and as well as what eventually became later on the small area plans that help to establish why it is that we do these things. So I worked with, it was a pleasure working with Bill Tower and the whole community development staff, including some of the people who preceded Mr. And it's not, I thought it was Bob, but it's not Bob.
Well, Chris, we did work together in Sedona in the early stages.
Another Sedona connection.
Yes. Yes.
There's a lot of history here. Roger Eastman was part of that as well. That's right. But anyway, when it moved through that process of finalizing what the code would be to deal with the problem of locating a large 24-hour-a-day operation lighted all night, every night out near the observatory, it came to the Board of Supervisors for the first time. And I wanted to acknowledge the chair of the board at that time, who is no longer with us. It was Paul Babbitt. And a year and a half or a little more now, he's been, has left us. But Paul Babbitt was chair of the board at that time and was, as I think any of you who knew Paul would know, an absolutely perfect, if understated, advocate for dark skies in Paul's inimitable way. Today, we have moved on through, and I'm going to be jumping over a lot of history here, to our current staff, who is a continuing pleasure to work with. Jay Christelman and Mark Stento behind me on the wall there, current chair or director of community development and codes enforcement at the county. They are a continuing pleasure to work with. Jay Christelman in particular has been, I believe, in place following Bill Towler. So there's been no people in between that I'm missing. He was involved in shepherding through a very large comprehensive study called the Joint Land Use Study, which some of you may remember, which led ultimately to the establishment of a full-time lighting code person in Flagstaff and Coconino County. Mark Stento was the first person to fill that position at the city. Actually, it was a joint position, still is a joint position between the city and the county. Mark Stento is, I will tell you, an exceptional person to do the job that he is doing. I can't speak for all the other things he has to do. He does not just do the lighting code any longer, now that he's with the county, but he is a remarkably sharp and fast learner for understanding how to do lighting effectively, not only technically, but also in a community relations way. Mark Stento and Jay have both been a great pleasure working with presently. But I want to recognize the residents throughout the county who have always supported what we do. And one reflection of that is all of the small area plans that have been adopted since the lighting code was adopted in the updated lighting code in 1989 have all asked the county to increase the tightness of the standards in their relatively rural areas of the county. That includes the Donny Park Fernwood small area plan, also the Kachina Mountain Air small area plan, Belmont also. There may be others, but all of them increased the level of protection because they understood this wasn't just about astronomers. This was about their homes and their house and their lives. So I wanted to mention that, and thank you all for the continuing long tradition of recognition and support for the value of dark skies in our home, over our homes.
And you might have noticed our comprehensive plan that we just passed here as, dark skies remains one of our top priorities and one of the top goals for Coconino County as well. So
we did notice.
Absolutely. Dark skies really is a true community value for us. And we share that broadly and widely with whomever we talk with and who will listen to us go on extolling the virtues of dark skies in northern Arizona. Let me read the description of the award from Dark Sky International. The Dark Sky Place of the Year Award, Flagstaff, Arizona. This award is given in recognition of a recent exceptional achievement to an international dark sky place. Flagstaff, Arizona was the first community designated as an international dark sky place in 2001, setting a lasting standard for urban night sky stewardship. Building on its 1958 outdoor lighting ordinance, the city has achieved full compliance with dark sky approved lighting, enforcing municipal codes to reduce uplight, glare, and light trespass. And I'll add here that actually our code in Flagstaff and Coconino County far exceeds the standards that Dark Sky International has. We are literally leading the world. Flagstaff demonstrates that large communities can sustain long-term dark sky efforts while supporting urban growth. The city offers diverse programming beyond astronomy, engaging residents and visitors in environmental education and cultural events. Additionally, Flagstaff actively mentors other communities pursuing dark sky certification, sharing their expertise and best practices to expand global impact. Its continued leadership and innovative approaches serve as a model for cities worldwide seeking to balance development with night sky preservation. So once again, thank you to the Board of Supervisors, to the leadership, to Mark and Jay, and thank you to all of our residents for doing their part to help preserve this amazing view of the stars we have.
Thank you very much. And you're exactly right. It is a community value. I mean, all of us here on the board, but everyone, everywhere we go, we so are inspired by our dark skies. I mean, there are very few places, you've heard me say this a million times, in the world where you can just walk out your door in a night sky and see the Milky Way overhead. 80% of Americans do not get to see the Milky Way. And here in Flagstaff, when we have a cloudless night, we get to see it overhead. So it's very, very important to us, not only in terms of astrotourism, in terms of Lowell Observatory and the scientific and military functions that our dark skies have for our institutions here, but we all treasure them. And thank you for spreading the word. Thank you for being advocates for our dark skies. Other comments, questions? No? Yeah, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the history and the rundown that you just gave on that. I never, it seems like I always learn something. And so that, I really appreciate that. And I know, Danielle, when we were at Buffalo Park and just the information that you shared with me at that time, I learned a lot that night too. So it is all of us working together, but thank you guys for being the leaders and leading the way on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. You know, we have worked on dark sky all these years, and we're going to continue to do so. It's with this celebration of next year, we'll be doing more. And this year, we didn't have our Navajo Bridge Star Party. Next year, we'll be able to do it. This year, it was the North Rim fire that we just couldn't do it. There's just too much going on, but we'll be able to do that next year. Thank you.
And I think Vice Chair Vasquez also would like to be heard.
Yes, thank you for coming today and getting this recognition and allowing us to recognize dark skies in Coconino County, and for the coalition for having the vision to protect our view shed, because 25 years ago it was a concern, and so that's why the coalition started protecting the view shed. Now that view shed is a major economic driver for our community, and so again, just thank you. It's such a great honor to be able to look up at the night sky and see what our ancestors and the ancient ones saw from night sky, and so it's just such an important work that's done to protect that view shed, and just want to thank you and your organization for putting in the work to do so.
Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
I also just want to say thank you for your efforts, and also everyone's efforts in getting the dark skies under control. At one point in time, probably it wasn't, but I just want to say it's known for, Flagstaff is known for the dark skies, and that I think it's very important because it's our cultural heritage, and that we need to make sure that we take care of it. So thank you so much for all your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And Jay and Mark, you both have been so great. And I know one of the things that we in Coconino County, we're trying to also spread the dark sky news to rural parts of Coconino County. And in honor and the 25th anniversary coming up, we hope to accomplish that. So really appreciate that. Mark, I don't know, you have anything, or Jay, anything you'd like to say? All right. I love this. Appreciate it. Yes.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Chris, you said it. Mark is a great person for this position, and worked with Mark both at the city of Flagstaff and Coconino County And a big part of our dark sky community is, and I hate to say it, but the enforcement element. And I just really appreciate how Mark approaches that and working with people on if it's not dark sky compliant, what would be? And giving that information and that education and the options for how to become dark sky compliant instead of the heavy-handed enforcement approach, which makes people not want to comply. So just that has been a huge element, and I know Mark has worked at both the city's Flagstaff side and the Coconino side, and how important that is, and on the street working with community for that. So thank you.
Well, he's educated us. I mean, thank you for the education you've done with me, and it's really been important. So, and just for our communities and for all of us here, you've been an incredible resource. So, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great, party on! We want to be there for the 25th anniversary. All right. I know we have a proclamation, and then we'll take a quick break, 5-minute break, if that's okay. Probably need one. And we do have, as you know, 2025, thankfully, is coming to an end. And with that, we are facing a new year with new hopes, new desires, new opportunities. And with that, we here in Coconino County are continuing our way of proceeding with a proclamation designating 2026 a year of peace, hope, and celebration. This will be read on New Year's Eve from Charlie's up there in the balcony for the pine cone drop. It'll be read at both the 10 o'clock and the 12 o'clock drop. And I know many of you will be there, as well, I'm sure many of your friends and neighbors. So with that, are you going to read this, Eric?
I gave Eric's copy to the chair, so thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. A proclamation of Coconino County designating 2026 a year of peace, hope, and celebration. Whereas, as we approach 2026, the Board of Supervisors and workforce of Coconino County extends its heartfelt wishes of hope for a better, brighter future for our residents and guests, peace in our daily lives and in the world, prosperity for every person and family, and celebration for our collective lasting impact as one of the greatest places on earth. And whereas Coconino County is among the most extraordinary places on earth, with over 86% of the county in public or trust lands, encompassing 5 national monuments, 3 national forests, the Glen Canyon National Recreation Area, and the Grand Canyon National Park, one of the most iconic natural wonders of the world. And whereas the new year is a time of renewal and reflection, offering an opportunity to look ahead with optimism, resilience, and a shared sense of purpose. And whereas Coconino County, the second largest county in the contiguous United States, proudly marks its 135th anniversary in 2026, uniting residents across 18,600 square miles and bringing its rich cultural and ethnic history into this celebration. And whereas 2026 is also a milestone year for the region, coinciding with the Route 66 Centennial and Flagstaff's 25th anniversary as the world's first international dark sky city. And whereas Coconino County is home to 100 miles of the original Route 66 alignment and is a land rich in diverse peoples, cultures, and landscapes with more than 146,000 residents that are connected by a shared commitment to service, community, and family. And whereas Coconino County was the first in northern Arizona to adopt dark sky ordinances, demonstrating longstanding leadership in protecting night skies while preserving the region's natural and cultural heritage. And whereas as we celebrate the rich and deep history of this county, Route 66, and the dark skies we cherish, we pose to those who reside in and enjoy our county this timeless question: what shall we do with this great legacy in our time? And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Coconino County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim 2026 as a year of peace, hope, prosperity, and celebration for Coconino County and the world. Signed and sealed this 16th day of December 2025 by the Coconino County Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion. Motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Ontiveros. All those in favor of the proclamation declaring 2026 a year of peace, hope, and celebration, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. And we wish 2026 all of the best. And we hope to answer that question that we will all work together to make it a better place. Any other comments? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. We would love a picture with the dark sky, folks. All right. And let's go right outside here if we can. I think that's a good place for it. All right.
Chair, 5-minute break or so?
We'll take the photo and then we'll get a 10-minute break,
10
okay?
minutes. Thank you.
We'll be back here at just before 3. All right, we're back. And appreciate all of you for waiting. We took a quick break and got some great pictures for dark skies and our proclamation. And we are moving forward with our agenda. Next on our agenda is our consent agenda. And these consent agenda items are items that are more administrative or ministerial in nature. These are items that can be handled through one motion and one vote. They are not taken individually for discussion. It's just through a motion and a vote. However, we, the board, can remove these items from the consent agenda for individual discussion and individual voting. So at this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues if they would like to remove any of the items from number 4 through item 27 on the consent agenda. I would like to remove item 5A. Any other items to be removed from the consent agenda? Then, hearing none, I am removing 5A, and at this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda items 4 through 27. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor of accepting the consent agenda exclusive of item 5A, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. We've approved the consent agenda. We've removed 5A, and I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Vasquez for the introduction on 5A. Actually, I'll read it so that you might not have it in front of you. Consideration and possible action to approve a funding agreement with the Center for Inclusive Excellence at Northern Arizona University to provide a total of $8,709.66. District 1, $2,000. District 2, $5,709.66. District 3, $500. District 5, $500 of community initiative funds to support the first annual Martin Luther King Jr. Gala event taking place on January 17th, 2026 at the High Country Conference Center in Flagstaff by assisting with the cost of the venue rental, the audiovisual and related costs and staffing for the event, inclusive of an IT professional. That is the item that we have removed, and now I will turn this to Supervisor Vasquez.
Thank you. This item came out of last year's MLK event at NAU. I noticed that we as the county didn't have any participation in that event, and so I worked with the folks at NAU to see if there was a way that we could be more involved in the MLK events. And considering just the times we live in, it's so important to learn the lessons that Martin Luther King Jr. taught our nation and taught each other, all of us. And so that's why we wanted to go ahead and put this event together, and look forward to a great event. It is our first time doing it, and so before I hand it over to the representatives from NAU there, I would like to just say thank you to everybody involved who helped make this CI get to a point where we could approve it and have it for this event. It took a lot of work and a lot of folks putting in a lot of time to do so. And so I just wanted to publicly say thank you for all your hard work, and I look forward to a great event. And with that, I'll pass it on to whoever's in the room to represent. Thank you.
I thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. We do have Reverend Dr. Bernadine Luce with us. And I know you have been a big part of putting this together for the first annual Martin Luther King Jr. Gala. And I'm really glad you're here, and you can maybe tell us a little bit about this.
It is an honor to do so, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you all. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I have to say that it is both an honor and a privilege to be able to stand here before you today. I stand here after much trial and tribulation, but to stand in victory today is very humbling. And for all of you, Mr. Ring, our Assistant County Manager, Chair Vasquez, who took on this idea and was willing and open to taking a chance to do this. And I would just like to thank each and every one of our supervisors as well. Brother Dr. Tees, you included. The MLK Gala, I think the word gala probably makes us immediately go to the thought of a fun event, festive and probably dancing, and that's far from what this event has been planned to be. I'm very happy to be in a new capacity at the university, sitting in the Center for Inclusive Excellence. I think by the title, we know what that office does and what it has been charged to do. In the absence of Vice President Justin Mallett, when I came on board into this position, we knew immediately that we wanted to put a strong focus on town and gown. And so this event, I think, is something that brings both the campus community, the county, and the city together. And so when we think of town and gown, our focus is on economic development, workplace development, and just community well-being. And that is everything that the center stands for. And so it is also everything that Dr. King stood for and fought for and died for. And so with this gala, it will be what I've branded as edutainment, a way to honor Dr. King, a way to acknowledge this year or next year, 3 of our community members who have followed or dedicated their lives to some of the principles that Dr. King stood for. And so the Lived Black Experience Project will acknowledge 3 community members. I'll give away one of those community members being John Conley, who fed this community in its most needed time. And so the LBE thought it would be very appropriate to honor this community member. And so it is a formal event, but again, it is an event that will educate, that will celebrate, inform, enlighten our community. And most importantly, bringing our students, faculty, and staff together with our county and our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We look forward to participating for the first annual event.
Sorry.
Oh, you did such an excellent job of laying that out. I have nothing, but it sounds like a wonderful event. And echoing Chair Horseman's comments, we do look forward to that.
Thank you, and I look forward to welcoming you all. Thank you.
I would at this time entertain a motion to approve the funding as laid out and set forth in our agenda. Do I have a motion? Supervisor Vasquez.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. 2 seconds, actually. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All right, it is passed, and we look forward to it. Thank you for being with us this afternoon. As always, appreciate what you do. All right, we are moving along. Boy, we're just doing great here. So. We are also now going to hear from the Flood Control District, and so I need to entertain a motion. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors?
So move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor of resolving as the Flood Control District Board of Directors, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
We are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors, and with that, we have a Flood Control District consent agenda. Members of the board, we only have one item on the consent agenda, but it is a consent agenda item. Would anybody want to remove it for individual discussion? Not seeing any removal from this, do I have a motion to accept Flood Control District consent agenda?
So move.
Have a motion. Do I have a second from Supervisor Begay? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 We have approved the Flood Control District consent agenda. I need to entertain a motion to resolve as a Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion? I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of resolving back as the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
But not for long. We are now needing to resolve as a Health District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Supervisor Vasquez, a second by Supervisor Ontiveros. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are now the Health District Board of Directors. Members of the board, we have one Health District consent agenda item. Do we have anything to be removed, or do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
So move.
I have a motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor of accepting the consent agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We now need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion? I have a motion by Supervisor Begay and a second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. We are now the Board of Supervisors. We are on item number 30. This is discussion and possible action to appoint a member and an alternate from the Board of Supervisors to represent Coconino County and the County Supervisors Association Legislative Policy Committee for the 2026 Arizona legislative session. Currently, I serve as the representative from Coconino County, and Supervisor Fowler serves as the alternate. I'd be willing to continue that. Supervisor Fowler, would you be agreement to be the alternate?
Yes, Madam Chair.
So you have that, but then again, if others would like to, that's just fine as well.
I would like to make a motion that we keep Chair Horseman as our appointed position and Supervisor Fowler as the alternate.
Do we have a motion? We have a second? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Supervisor Vasquez, are you voting? Pressure's on.
Yes, I apologize. Couldn't get my mic unmuted. I vote aye.
All right, very good. It's unanimous. So we, both Supervisor Fowler and myself will continue to be on the LPC board on behalf of Coconino County. Thank you very much. We are moving on. We have Deputy County Manager Eric Peterson is going to present. Oh, no, you don't need to do that because we already did that. Is that right? We are now item 31. update and discussion regarding supervisors' district budget. And this is kind of a precursor because we're going to be going into the budget process. And this is our 6th-month period. And so I think it's just good for us to take a look at where we are as individual supervisors and where we are in terms of the Board of Supervisors budget here mid-year. Thank you very much. And we have Siri with us, who's looking unbelievably festive in her holiday finery. So thank you for being with us.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I withheld from wearing my Christmas suit today in honor of the board meeting. So here we go. You all have handed out, it's the same version, which there is a correction to, but this is the same version in your packet, just to make sure you have a colored version. I will be walking through this handout and referring to the colors, so I wanted to make sure you had that. And then most of this time really is for you all and for your discussion and any questions you may have on your budget information. But what you see as you look at the one pager that was provided to you are 3 sections. So those sections are separated with your district numbers highlighted in gray across the top, and then some summary totals highlighted in blue in each of the 3 sections. So the top section, what you see is each of the 5 districts, and you'll note that we started the year, all districts started the year with a $40,000 or a $45,000 operating budget, depending on the duty station of the district. So districts 1, 2, and 3 have identified Flagstaff as their duty station. The operating budget for a Flagstaff duty station was determined by the board in the budget process and through resolution to be $40,000. And then for those with a Tuba City duty station, that operating budget was determined to be $45,000. In addition to that budget, annually, there is a $5,500 budget allocated to every district to support your NACO travel activities. For the purposes of our discussion today, I have consolidated both. It appears as though every district is doing sufficient travel to fully utilize their $5,500 of NACO travel that is for that purpose. So we folded it together and then looked at travel holistically as well in total. The third section of the top, before we get to that adjusted budget in blue, is the reduction that we made to move from operating into the travel stipends as elected again by each board member, for the board member and for their district director, based on stipend ranges that were developed and approved by resolution as we were adopting the budget. So you can see the remainder budget that remains for each individual district. So that is before any other additional out-of-state travel activity happens. That covers the stipends that are paid in every pay period to each supervisor and their district director. And then the remaining balance covers all out-of-state travel as well as general operations. So in the first section, really what we're starting with is an adjusted budget, but I wanted to crosswalk into that number for you from where we started to the adjustments that were made to get to that. So before we move on, does everyone understand the starting point for the adjusted budget for the year?
I think we're there.
Great. All right. So section 2. Section 2 is a detailed listing of activity for year to date so far. A couple footnotes on this. So this information was estimated through November 30th. So all of the operating dollars were through November 30th, and then travel was estimated based on trips that were either in progress when this was pulled or had been completed. And so some were estimated based on the pre-authorization form rather than final numbers. But we wanted to give a look at what was underway when we were preparing this report. So again, what you'll see is each district number across the top. Then you'll see for the travel detail, which month of travel, so a travel date that gives the month that travel occurred, and then a purpose. As you look down, the very first line is operating, and that's just provided in total. So for every district's operations, that may be things like general supplies, but it could also be outreach. So, if you've done any publications or supported things of that nature that are more in the outreach and not in the CI vein for your district, or just had things, maybe you had some needs for your office, for example, furniture, things like that, that may come out of operations. So it's kind of it's a catch-all for all of the district operating activity from this budget line. If anyone would like a detail of what makes up this number, please let me know. I'm happy to send that out. And we've been working with each district director on, continuing training to ensure that they also are able to provide this to you upon request. It's all available in our financial system and fairly easy to report on, but I'm happy to give you your detail if anybody would like to request that. Okay. So then a quick correction before we move too far into the travel section. We had a description in the system that was not quite right. If you look at the District 1 Bridgeport, California description, originally we had mentioned this as 2025 NACO, and it's actually the WIR fall board meeting. So just a quick correction on that one so everybody's on the same page as to what that one was. So as we go down into the detail section, we decided to provide a detail of the travel expenses for every district, just so everyone has a look on what that out-of-state travel has looked like so far. Again, in some cases, these are estimated numbers, while the travel claims are still being finalized. I can offer that information if there's any questions on status of anyone's travel claim as well, please let me know. But as you move down, you'll see in order of month of travel, the location of travel listed. So, Philadelphia or Atlanta, et cetera. And then off to the right, again, the date and the purpose. A lot of times there is similar travel activity happening to the same place by various members of the board. So you can see if a member traveled, and we have information on that. We included it all within those district areas across each line rather than having multiple lines for the same purpose. So this is our actual look at travel so far, and what that brings us down to is another section in blue that says estimated budget available. So what that is that takes that adjusted budget we walked through in section 1, then it deducts the operating and the total of the travel. So you can see the total expenses to date is deducted then from that number to provide just a current point in time estimated budget available. So as of the end of November, this was each district's estimated budget. One other thing I'd like to point out before I move on from this section is that there are 4 items that have a little star in the purpose next to them. Those are ones in which we do have travel expenses, but we do also anticipate reimbursement from NACO to offset partial, not all, but partial expenses related to those transactions. And so those are footnoted so you can see reimbursements are pending. As we then move down into section 3, we know we're only halfway through the year. So having an estimated budget available is helpful for this point in time, but we also then we meet quarterly with all of your district directors, and we ask them, help us understand the travel forecast for the rest of the year. What else is happening with out-of-state travel? Admittedly, this may not be comprehensive. Things may come up. You may have changes in your plans. We're, again, happy to help you and forecast this with you if there are things that are not on our radar quite yet. But so far, we have 3 upcoming out-of-state potential things on our travel forecast that vary by district. Of course, because this is a forecast and this is upcoming travel, it's an estimated cost. That cost can change, whether it is perhaps the district director is asked to accompany the person on the trip, for example. That's something that can change the cost, or the estimated number of dates, or per night change from the original estimate. So there are things that can definitely impact, or maybe we have somebody not attending something that they actually change their mind and decide to attend, or vice versa. So there's nothing set in stone about this. This is truly just from the information we had at the time we asked the question. We were trying to help everybody just have an outlook on what's remaining for their budget after accounting for some of those things. And you'll notice that third blue section says estimated operating balance. So for the fiscal year, if this were to be a perfect outlook for the rest of your year, you can then gather what else is available for those operating activities, whether it's outreach or office supplies or things like that. You have a good sense of what is remaining. Now, I will note, again, at the time that we had done this, we were looking at full cost without reimbursement. District 5 is currently forecasting a negative, but I'm happy to report that we did get one of the final paperwork pieces required for a reimbursement to date for $1,350. So this is $1,350 more to the good in District 5. And then there is another pending where I'm still waiting on final paperwork from the district, but for another $2,000 that for eligible reimbursements. So that is a difference together of $3,300, which would put that forecast back to positive. But again, we can continue to do this and work with any district director that has any kind of concern about the status, wanting to make sure that everyone is staying within their budget throughout the year and has the sufficient resource planning in order to avoid any end of year overages. Finally, I guess there's a fourth section. The fourth section is just we do set a chair travel budget every year, and so that same trip where there was the correction that it was WIR and not NACO was split between district and chair travel lines. So that is the part that came out of the chair travel budget for that, and it is actually WIR and not NACO as noted. So that was a lot. I'm going to pause and see if there's any questions on the information or any other questions for discussion as we look at the status of each district budget.
And thank you for the breakdown. As I say, I think it's important since it's halfway through the year so that we can plan moving forward. This is a very active board, and members of this board take part in not only various state coalitions, state committees, and state organizations, but also on the national level, especially with NACO. We have some of us that hold basically positions of leadership in NACO, and it does require travel in order to advocate on behalf not only of Coconino County, but on behalf of Arizona. So it's good for us to keep informed on where we are because we are cognizant of the fact that this is the people's money. It's not our money. And it's important that we are getting the best advocacy for the buck we can get. So I really appreciate that. And other comments, questions, members of the board? Supervisor Antiveros.
And I just want to be sure that I was understanding this correctly. You said on the, this is on the purpose where it has asterisks by the explanation. Those are ones, and the amount that is in parentheses are amounts that are most likely going to be reimbursed.
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
And there may be some fluctuation, as we know.
Absolutely.
And who knows what could happen with the flights, for example, moving forward, or I think hotels and registration fees, but flights may be a little bit in flux. So, but this gives us an idea of where we are. Any other comments, questions? Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. I just want to recognize that, when these travels happen, well, I guess backing up, being on the board of NACO Board of Directors, there are many responsibilities. And then from that, being assigned to various committees, it really does help our county. Like I'm on the Disaster Reform Task Force, really advocating for our situation, which is different than Eastern counties, with the just getting our language and making sure it stays in the FEMA Reform Act when when the rains come and then it stops and then it comes again, and the flooding, those separate events are not recognized by FEMA, and then in the FEMA bill now it does. And so there are many different issues that we will all work on, and we just want to thank our staff. I want to thank our government affairs director and staff, because sometimes Keith goes with me, and it just is really important that we have our advocacy out there, and that's how we work. And some of these, when you travel, some NACO picks them up, and that's where the reimbursements come in. These like disaster reform, the rural energy, that's a new one that is on board, and that has to do with renewable energy and solar and data centers. That is a big concern across the country, and energy is a big conversation. So being part of that and understanding what is going on and really working with our own staff, like working with Jay in that department, with our community development, it's really, really good to have that information and being able to have the county information there. So anyway, that's where these reimbursements are coming in from. So a lot of times they are NACO sponsored and they do the reimbursements. So
If I could just ask one more question. I remember when we kind of revised this, put the stipend in and whatnot. What happens if we exceed our budget?
Thank you, Supervisor and Chair and members of the board. So there's a couple things. We have what are called budget stops in our system, our financial system, that are intended to avoid letting that happen. However, that is sort of coupled with having purchasing card access across, the various users. So statutorily, departments are not to exceed their budgets. So part of having the status update, and we're happy to provide this as often as is helpful or send it out, is to avoid that, because statutorily, like I said, really there are options for the Board of Supervisors, but if a budget is exceeded, it is a statutory violation until or if the whole board decides at a public meeting to increase the budget to cover the overage. That is an option that they have. Otherwise, if it is through just a budget excess, there would be personal reimbursement for that from the card holder that made the transaction leading to the overage.
Okay, thank you. And yet, I'm assuming you would, if something happened, you would let this, if a supervisor had reached the limit or was going to exceed it, am I safe in thinking that you would notify the district director or the supervisor?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. At the point in time where we become aware of it, it's hard when P card transactions are outstanding. And so it's not necessarily something in real time. It is very possible that something could happen with something being exceeded. However, at the time then when we receive the information about various purchasing card transactions, at that point, they would actually get coded to a reimbursement and we would do all of the notification. But it is, that is one of the critical roles of having the district directors. They are your advocate and they are your monitor of your budget to be doing this exact thing and forecasting out based on the upcoming travel. They know best. We can see things after the fact. We can try to ask about that, but the knowledge of the day-to-day, the plans, the commitments, that really does lie with the district directors. So we're always happy to partner with them and show them how they can do similar forecasts or build it for them, provide them any level of detail. But ultimately, we do really rely on their partnership to be also doing similar efforts to help keep everyone within, keep them in the black, if you will, rather than going over budget.
Because statutorily, that would be a violation. And I guess the reason I asked that is because we're only halfway through the year. And so we still have a full 6 months, a little bit over a full 6 months to go. And just reviewing this, one could get close to going over, and that was the reason for my question is how was that addressed? Because I know that we had a lot of conversation about this as a board. And what I don't want to see happen is where we were when I first came on as a supervisor, came on there, and I don't want to see that happen again. And that's why I very much appreciate this report and you keeping the supervisors updated and educated as to where we are. Because as I said then, we have a duty, we have a budget. Everyone has budgets. And I know I've said this before, but we set the example as the supervisors. We are the elected officials here. And if we want anyone to stay within budget, we must set that example for ourselves and stay within that budget. And I, again, I don't know how often this needs to happen, but I think that this needs to be closely looked at so that we don't end up in that situation again, because I don't want to be there.
And if I may, that's one of the reasons I really appreciate the forecast, travel forecast. Because as you said, we are halfway through, and yet we know there are some big conferences coming up, important conferences for NACO and for me, WIR, and for other members of the board here for WIR. So I really appreciate that. And then that gives me some insight when other things do come up. For example, the PILT fly-in that I know will be coming for NACO and for WIR, which I have attended in the past, just to see where am I? Do I have that money to join them, or is this something that I need to leave for my colleagues to take part in? So I really am very appreciative of this, and I think this is a good practice for us moving forward. We may want to take a look at it in 9 months as well, because that'll be kind of the final countdown, if you will, to the end of the year. So, and again, thank you, Siri, and thank you for keeping us informed on this. And then I do hope that if, in fact, sometimes things happen that we aren't aware of, if there is a problem or it looks like we're coming to the end, please involve us in that. Let us know so that it doesn't get to the 12th hour, 5 minutes before the 12th hour, and we realize we've got some troubles. So thank you. Any other comments, questions?
I would just say that we do work with Siri and our staff to make sure that we're within budget. So I really appreciate this update. Thank you.
All right. And I even understood, oh, wait, I'm sorry, Supervisor Vasquez, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say that thank you, Siri, and your team for providing us this, because this helps us do forecasting and make sure that we stay within our budget. And I just wanted to say publicly to everybody that these trips are really important. A lot of the success that we've had on the federal level are a result of these trips going and advocating for our community. And so, we're grateful to have the funding to be able to do it. And it's so important for our success moving forward. So thank you.
Well said. Thank you for pointing that out. Any other comments, questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We are moving along. I love this. I know we do have time certain dates coming forward, but we are on item nothing. We are now at the end of our action items for the special session of our board meeting. Is there anything that we could move up, or I don't know, since we've got this agenda, the agenda as a regular session agenda.
Madam Chair, and correct me if I'm wrong, Bill, I would suggest, if we wanted to move something up, I would suggest item number 37, which is our planning calendar. That said, we do have public hearings this evening, time certain for 6 p.m. So it's now 20 till 4. So we would have time for planning calendar before our break, and then reconvening at 6 p.m. for a public hearing, if you would like to. If not,
I have a question to ask Bill. Bill, the way that the agenda's noticed, can we do that? I know we have a special session and then we have a regular session. So there's two different postings.
thank you, Bill. I was thinking administratively and not legally, so I appreciate your feedback. So thank you.
And we have Supervisor Begay.
I just it's a concern to me that we always have these come to us time certain. I think it's best that we don't really do that. We have 2 hours before the next meeting, about 2 hours, and we could have been doing something else, as far as I don't know. It bothers me as a board member, and I think this is happening. Um, I guess maybe this is the third or the fourth one. So I think we need to stay on track, keep moving so that, we're not, leaving anything out. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Supervisor Begay, the time certain items are public hearings and they're required to be posted as such. And so we just actually worked with more efficiency today than we thought we were going to.
Hey,
So, yeah, thank you.
I've got the big gavel. All right. Well, we've got a little over 2 hour break, and we'll be back at 6 o'clock for our regular board meeting. Thank you all, members of the public, and our staff, as always. Great job. Well, good evening, everybody. It feels like we were just here, probably because we just were. This is the regular session of our last board meeting in this year. And so again, as we said before, I want to wish all of you a happy third day of Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, happy holidays to you all. And we wish you and your family a healthy and safe and fun holiday. So, and we'll see you next year. But we have a lot of work to get done right now, so we're going to proceed. We are starting our session with call to order. And even though you see two supervisors up here, we have more online. So I am Patrice Horseman. I am the supervisor for District 1 and the current chair of the board. District 2.
Good evening, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, and Curtis Vice Chair.
District 3.
Good evening, everyone. Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
District 4.
This is Judy Begay, Supervisor for District 4. Welcome.
District 5.
Hi, this is Lena, District 5, and happy holidays to everyone. Even we were there earlier today, but being that it'd be evening, just joining virtually. So happy holidays to everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Thanks for being on. So we're going to move again. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Those that can, let's stand and honor our country. And although we met earlier, that was a special board meeting. Since this is our regular board meeting, we have saved our call to the public for the regular meeting. Members of the public, this is your opportunity to provide comments to us, the governing board, if you have any comments or questions for items that are not on the agenda. We, of course, ask that you are aware this is a public meeting, so we ask for you to be civil. And we ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. Because these items are not on the agenda, the open meeting law does not allow us to discuss them or answer your questions. However, we can send them to administration for follow-up or put it on a follow-up board meeting appropriately agendized for discussion. So at this, I'm going to turn it over to our clerk, Lindsay Daly, to explain how you can join us in Call to the Public if you don't happen to be here in person. So Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to do a comment during our call to the public, we do have comment cards on the table by the door that you can fill out. We don't have a whole lot of people here in the room, so we can also have you come up to the podium. If you're in the Zoom format of the meeting, you can hit the raise hand icon, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you're watching on the stream, you can send a comment to boardcomments@coconino.az.gov. And Chair Horseman, we do have a form from Colleen Maring. Colleen, if you'd like to come up, we'll set the clock for 3 minutes. It'll turn green, and then when the 3 minutes is up, it'll turn red. And if you could just state your name
I
for the
didn't see you
record.
back there. Welcome.
Thank you. Are we on now? Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair. Oh, they disappeared from the screen. Supervisors here and in Zoom land. My name is Colleen Mering. I am the Chief People Officer at Northern Arizona Healthcare. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. Today, I have an update on a project we've been working on to renovate our emergency department at Flagstaff Medical Center to improve our service to the region. At FMC, the biggest challenge with improving our emergency department is we are the only level 1 trauma center in the entire northern half of the state. So we cannot close it. And we're committed to keeping all of our trauma bays and trauma services open at all times. However, over the past couple months, we thank your constituents who have had to come through our ED and experience even longer than average wait times while we've shifted patients and spaces to try to make some improvements. On a day-to-day basis, all of our regular adult inpatient beds are full at Flagstaff Medical Center, which means if someone comes to the emergency department and needs to be admitted, they end up having to wait several to many hours inside the emergency department. That then means the next person behind them in the emergency department has no room to be seen by our physicians and our staff. This is very frustrating for our patients. It's frustrating for our staff. It's not the experience we want to provide. And so earlier this year, we started a project to build a separate section of the emergency department to address our lower acuity patients. So in this area, those with non-life-threatening healthcare needs can be seen in smaller spaces by a dedicated set of staff, and with the intent of moving these folks through the emergency department as quickly as possible and preserving those high acuity equipment rooms and higher acuity staff for our trauma and life-threatening emergency cases. We've also updated the nurses station in that area, which is now an entirely separate area of the emergency department, so that they can manage the literal flow of patients whom we hope we can move quickly through this area. We also try to make the patient experience better, and I don't know where my clock is. As many areas as possible where we have curtains between beds, we've tried to create walls. They're very thin walls, but they're little vegetable walls now. So we're hoping that we're going to create a better experience. We can't add square footage to our emergency department because of the physical constraints, but by creating these different tracks of care, which is a national best practice standard of care for emergency departments, we do hope to make the department more efficient. The next phase of the emergency department renovation begins next month in January, and it will relocate our emergency behavioral health care area to a new space that is better suited physically in the environment to care for those patients. And again, always seeking to provide the best care and patient experience to those who need our assistance. As always, please reach out to us if you have any questions or if your constituents do. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for being with us, and thank you for the update. Really appreciate it.
You're so welcome. Thank you.
All right. We're still on call to the public. Other members of our community would like to address the board.
And if there's anyone here in the room that would like to provide a comment during call to the public, you can make your way up to the podium. If you're on the virtual format of the meeting, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. Or if you're watching on the stream, you can send your comment to boardcomments@coconino.az.gov.
Final call, members of the public.
We do not have any hands raised or comments, and no other comment cards for call to the public.
All right, then we're going to proceed with our meeting tonight. We have a number of public hearings today. Our first public hearing is consideration and possible recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control regarding a new liquor license application number 364179 for a Series 010 beer and wine store liquor license for the old Route 66 Park Store. The agent is Veronica Cruz Hausman, located at 12963 East Old Route 66 in Parks, Arizona, and I believe this is in District 3. All right, now I'm going to turn this over to Clerk Lindsay Daly to present on this.
Thank you, Chair Horstman and Supervisors. As noted, we did receive this liquor license application from the State Department of Liquor and Control. The state sends it to the county to make a recommendation to them regarding with the board's knowledge of the area. So we did send this application to our various departments, which include community development, the sheriff's office, health and human services, and the risk manager to review it. They do not have any concerns regarding the application. This is for a Series 10 beer and wine liquor license at the Old Route 66 Park store, and the agent is Veronica Cruz Hausman. And this is located at 12963 East Old Route 66 in Parks. There has been a liquor license at this location several years before, so it's just a transfer of ownership to. And Miss Hausman was planning to be here virtually, but I don't see her on at this time. And as you know, the application is considered by the board, and then a recommendation is made to the state, and the state is the one that issues the license. So that's just a note as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I open it, is there any questions from the board members, or I'll open this public hearing? Any questions, members of the board? With that, the public hearing is now open. We will take comments. When you are called on to speak, announce your name, place of residence. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. Please make sure that your comments are directed to the topic. The clerk daily, please explain again how those here in person can provide public comment.
Thank you. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to provide a comment regarding this hearing item, you can make your way up to the podium if you're here in person, and we will provide 3 minutes to speak. If you're on the Zoom virtual format, you can hit the raise hand icon, which is at the bottom of your screen, and that will notify us that you would like to speak. Or if you're watching on the stream, you can email your comment to boardcomments@coconino.az.gov.
Lindsay wears many hats tonight.
Chair Horstman, we do not have any hands raised and no comments in the inbox. Looks like nobody here in the room wants to comment either.
All right. Before I close the public hearing, I'm asking if members of the board would like to make comments during the public hearing portion. Seeing none, at this time, I am going to close the public hearing portion of this. And I'm going to ask board members if they have any questions. Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. No, I don't have any questions, and this is in my district. And many of you know that I have never known life without parks. I have been in this little store since I was a little girl, not kidding. And I have watched it go through many, many owners, including the one that we have now, the Hausmans, which are another long, long time family in the parks area. And I've watched them like really remodel this, paint it. I don't know if anyone's been in parks, but it's like a teal blue now. It's something, yeah. And they have done a really, really good job, and I wish them the very best. And I will just reiterate what Lindsay said, that I have personal knowledge that there has been a liquor license at this location for decades. So I am going to be, I'll make a motion after other board members chime in.
All right. Any other questions, members of the board? Any comments? I would just note for the record that, as was noted by Clerk Daly, that the applications were in fact reviewed by the Sheriff's Office, Health District, Community Development Department, and Risk Management. There have been no concerns with the application, and I understand, Clerk Daly, that we have not received any comments on that or concerns raised by members of the public. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
All right. With that,
okay.
I'll
Thank
turn it
you.
over for a motion.
All right. I would like to make a motion that we make recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor to advance this on for new liquor license application for the Old Route 66 Park store, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any objections?
And
Hearing no-
congratulations.
I'm so sorry, Supervisor Fowler. I didn't hear that.
I say, and congratulations and good luck to them.
All right. That must mean that we have a unanimous vote. So thank you so much. And good luck to the owners. And I'm sure you'll be seeing Supervisor Ontiveros in the store again soon. Yes. Should I do a roll call for these? Okay, I think we got that, and it is unanimous. I think I did hear all of us, but in the future I will do a roll call vote since we have 3 supervisors. So thank you for that. We are moving on. Right. We are on number 33. This is a public hearing, consideration, and possible adoption of Resolution 2025-68 upholding Planning and Zoning Commission approval of a conditional use permit for horse boarding on G general 10-acre minimum zoned 12-acre parcels on Fox Ranch Road and denying Appeal 25-02, an appeal of the CUP approval. The property is located at 22770 Fox Ranch Road and is further identified as parcel number 40141-002J. The applicant is Ryan Castellani of Munns Park. Property owner is Shirley Smith of Munns Park. And the appellant, is Paul Mooney of Scottsdale. With this, I'm going to turn this over to Community Development Director Jay Chrisselman, who will present on this. Good evening, Jay.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, good evening. Community Development Director Jay Christelman, thank you. You went through about the first 2 slides that we have, so thank you for that, Madam Chair. That said, the application here this evening is for Appeal 25-002, the Castellano Horseboarding Appeal. The applicant is Ryan Castellano of Munns Park. I believe he is on with Jordan Greenman, his attorney, virtually. The property location is 22770 Fox Ranch Road. The parcel size is a G-zone 12-acre parcel. Now, the G-zone does allow for horse boarding facilities as a listed agricultural use in that G-zone. In addition, you can board 2 horses in a G-zone parcel with no use permit whatsoever. The application here today is for up to 12. Now, the P&Z Commission did unanimously recommend approval, or they voted approval with 5 conditions. The appellant, we are here to hear an appeal, is Mr. Paul Mooney out of Scottsdale, Arizona. I believe Mr. Mooney is behind us here, present. Now, the reason for the appeal are concerns over traffic, road maintenance, and community character of the area. This is a sort of satellite view of the overall area. You can see the blue parcels, the parcel in question there. Those are all G-zone parcels. The yellow parcels to the north are AR 2.5, agricultural residential 2.5. This is a more intricate view. It's pretty hard to see the parcel lines on this particular slide.
I have to apologize for a minute, and this is my fault. I should have said this. I am also just as a matter of for board prerogative, and I understand there has not been really any ordinances or rules with regards to the presentation. So I am going to ask that each of the presenters keep their presentation to a maximum, I should say, of 10 minutes. So I wanted to let you know that, and I apologize to interrupt you.
Madam Chair, thank you. It's no problem whatsoever. As I was stating, it's hard to see the parcel lines. You can kind of see the brown lines, but this particular parcel is labeled subject property, and the arena there, 125 by 150 foot, give or take, is right near the middle of that particular parcel. Here's some photographs of the parcel looking to the east towards the structures, and then you can see the horse pens. They're just the movable type, the portable ones with tack sheds and things associated with that. Now, the details of the application are such. Again, it is for a horse boarding operation, which is allowable through a conditional use permit in the G zone. up to 12 horses in the existing stalls that are currently on site. There's an existing 150 by 250, I misspoke to the size of that. Arena with round pen, that's existing again. The clients would park in existing circulation area on the site. Now, it is a 12-acre parcel, so there's plenty of room for vehicles. No new construction is being requested by the applicant. The hours of operation are proposed to be 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Anticipated traffic, 1 to 2 third-party vehicle trips per day. Client horse trailers would not stay on site. They'd just be initial drop-off and or pickup of the horse. However, I do recall, and it's in the meeting minutes from the P&Z hearing, there was some discussion about leaving a few horse trailers on site. I'll let the applicant clarify that to see if that's still the case. There's no special events being proposed, no night riding. The arena does not have any lights currently. The subject property is on a shared well. Now, of course, we're aware we can't use the use of water to make a land use decision because we're not in an active management area. But the applicant did disclose that they're planning to either drill another well or haul water for those additional horses that would be on site. And the applicant does plan to screen the parking area with up to 10 gambrel oak trees, and that was of their own accord. Now, this is the original site plan. It's inaccurate currently, and I'll get into that in just a minute. You really can't read anything that's on there, but it does depict what currently is on the site and the setbacks associated. Some topography is on there as well. It's a relatively flat parcel. Now, here is a site plan we kind of helped to generate with them, and it identifies what the animal keeping requirements are that currently exist in the zoning ordinance. Horse stalls must be 55 feet from a property line. Now, it appears that some of the movable horse pens are closer than that. Applicant has agreed to move those. Also 150 feet from water source. There are 2 water sources. Again, on the slide, it's a little bit difficult to see. I mean, you can see the blue color, but the distance with the arrows is a little difficult to see on the slide. But they do need to be 55 feet from the pens and 150 feet from a water source. Manure to be removed weekly and or spread on the property, that needs to be 500 feet from a water source. These are standards that are currently in the zoning ordinance for animal keeping. Now, the applicant has proposed a combination of removal from Waste Management, who services the site, as well as spreading some in the arena and pasture areas. Any questions before I proceed?
Just clarification's sake. So right now, I assume that horses are allowed on the property as just a owner of the property. Is that correct?
Madam Chair and Supervisors, that is correct. So on a 12-acre G-zone parcel, by right, the property owner could have 25 horses on this particular parcel.
Okay.
But those would need to be the horses that the applicant and or family members own. Yeah. Any other questions before I proceed?
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Now back to one of the main concerns from the appellants are the access and the road maintenance. So I-17 exits on Fox Ranch Road, and that turns into a Forest Service road. There's another slide that'll highlight that a little bit better here in a minute. There is a maintenance agreement for each one of those 5 lots that were created. The developer that created, I think it was in 2014 when this development took place, the then developer did provide an engineered road standard that was permitted and brought up to the standard at the time, which is still the current standard, which is 42,000 pound load, which is the typical weight of an emergency services vehicle. That said, the property also is under the Pinewood Fire District, so there is coverage there. But there is a road maintenance agreement that each parcel owner has to sign into when they buy their individual parcel. This is the slide I was telling about. It shows much better. So you can see the yellow that's heading in the general south direction. That's Fox Ranch Road. Where the water crossing is, you can see it's Forest Service in that particular area to the west of the interstate and right up to the interstate in between the private property and the parcel. You can see where it turns going into the northeasterly direction where the water crossing is. That's generally where it turns into the private maintenance, the private road easement. And that's where the maintenance is from that point up to the northeast and then to the north side of each parcel. I hope I'm depicting that clearly enough.
How many property owners then on the road that you're depicting as the private road? How many property owners are there on the other, just beyond that road?
There are 5 splits that were created in addition to the improvements to that Fox Ranch Road. Thank you. Now, the citizen participation plan, the applicant did have a citizen participation plan as required through the zoning code. 6 neighbors within 500 feet were notified. Those concerns, again, that we will go over predominantly pertain to road maintenance and including the water crossing. Traffic, shared well use. Of course, we can't use the use of water as a decision making for land use per state statutes. The aesthetics of the property, particularly with the use of additional horses. The manure management, I described that a little bit. There is very specific standards in the zoning code that address manure management. The potential for temporary events. Now, the applicant did indicate that they would not host any kind of a special event, dressage, team roping, or whatever might happen. So shouldn't be an issue, according to the applicant. And then, of course, the neighborhood character with additional horses and the associated traffic. Now, we did receive additional public comment after this. 2 attorneys' offices did deliver notices to us back in August, echoing the same concerns that the other residents that voiced concern about the citizen participation plan meeting. Now, there was an issue about one of the property owners potentially not being notified. We did check the citizen participation mailing list, and that particular property owner was on there. That aside, there was some concern with the provisions of the citizen participation plan not being properly met. So there was another citizen participation meeting forcing a continuation of the P&Z hearing, but I'll get into that in just a minute. Again, the maintenance of the water crossing was a concern that came up from the attorneys that submitted after the initial citizen participation plan meeting. General maintenance of the road, that keeps coming up. A concern of the fact that there could have been horse boarding that was already happening on the property. There was no code enforcement action that was taken by the department, so we're uncertain of that. I think Mrs. Smith, the current property owner, a few years ago did indicate that she was boarding a couple of horses. If there were only 2, they don't need a conditional use permit. So we're uncertain as to again, there was no code enforcement action taken on that. We didn't receive a direct complaint. And then there was also a concern that Mr. Mooney raised regarding an adjacent conservation easement on a parcel that Mr. Mooney owns that's currently used for cattle grazing. Now, this depiction indicates all the property owners that are in opposition. You can see it's each property owner. The ones to the north there, those are all owned by Mr. Mooney, and then the ones in the south are individual property owners. Now, the appeal, for the P&Z Commission, I mentioned this briefly. There was concern that the zoning code wasn't being met to the intent. So the first hearing on August 27th was continued to September 24th. And at that hearing, the commissioners did unanimously approve the conditional use permit with 5 conditions. Now, the details of the appeal. So our zoning code requires that the appeal is filed with our office 15 days from the action that the commission took, which happened. And then the appellant requests denial of the conditional use permit due to predominantly these 3 issues, which is traffic, the road maintenance and or improvement, or both, and community character. I bet. Let me try to get through there and a little quicker here. So the applicant's response is that the traffic, there's only going to be up to 2 vehicle trips per day plus biweekly hay and water delivery. And the use is consistent with the rural and agricultural community character of the G zone. The applicant maintains that there is an existing agreement for private portion of the road to be maintained and or improved. And the community character, they're proposing boarding up to 12 horses consistent with rural agricultural character use. And up to 25 horses would be permitted by right on this parcel because it is the G zone and it's 12 acres. Staff and the commission did determine that the long-range plan, land use and growth, there's several policies there that are consistent, as well as the community character and economic development. These are the facts of finding for a conditional use permit. I can go through those individually if you'd like. Probably don't need to. I'm going to bring up the slide. We can leave it if necessary. Now, the recommendation, staff recommends that the board uphold the Planning and Zoning Commission's approval subject to the conditions of the staff report. These are those 5 conditions. Some of them have to do with the manure management. The use permit would be valid for 5 years. The applicant is going to be required to submit an amended site plan. I mentioned that some of the distances and those setbacks were off, and the applicant has agreed to do that, and that the use must be in substantial conformance with that site plan. Now, the Planning and Zoning Commission was able to make all the findings, and they did they did approve the conditional use permit unanimously. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? All right, and that was 15 minutes, so everybody else gets 15 minutes. All right. All right, any questions online? Do you have any questions with the presentation so far? If not, then the applicant, Ryan Castellini, is he present?
He's virtual.
All right, then Mr. Castellini, are you on the line?
Mr. Greenman.
I'm just promoting him. Yep. And they are on now.
All right, and we're asking now, this is county kind of set the standard at 15 minutes, that you keep your presentation to 15 minutes.
Good evening, Honorable Chair and Supervisors. Can you hear me okay?
We hear you great. Thank you.
Lovely. My name is Jordan Greenman. I wore a suit and tie for tonight, so I thought I'd at least show it off. My name is Jordan Greenman. I am Ryan Castellani's attorney, and I will be preparing our response. I was told I'd be able to share my screen. May I do that now?
I assume yes, as long as you have the technology to do it, please share it.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. All right, let's try this. Can everybody see the
Yes, we see
screen
it.
right here? Okay. And Honorable Chair, I know you had mentioned 15 minutes. I was told 10, and I think I made this close enough to 10, so I will do my best to stay under the 15. Good evening, Honorable Chair, members of the board. My name is Jordan Greenman. I represent the applicant for CUP 25022, commonly referred to as RC Stables. My address is 1621 West Willetta Street, Phoenix, Arizona 85007. I'm here on behalf of the Castellani family, as well as the current owner of the property, Miss Shirley Smith. I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to briefly walk through the record and to respond to Mr. Moody's appeal. I'll keep my comments focused on the zoning criteria before you today. I'd like to start with a brief overview of the property itself. The previous speaker really did a good job sort of honing everything in and narrowing the scope here. But I'd just like to reiterate, it is a 12-acre parcel in unincorporated Coconino County. It is not within any area plan at all. It is a general zoning, G zoning, which allows for equestrian uses, rural uses such as this permitted with a CUP. The setting here is open landscapes. It's very low density development. It's bordered by I-17 to the west and to the south. There are several vacant parcels nearby, as well as Coconino National Forest to the north and the east. This is an overhead view. As I mentioned, we are 5 miles south of Munns Park, roughly 450 feet east of the I-17. This is a more narrow view here of the property itself. As I mentioned, it is a very large parcel. It's 12 acres, and 25 horses are currently allowed by right for personal use. What we're requesting here is a little less than that. Now, one of the things that's extremely important to note here is this is all existing. Our goal here is to preserve this low intensity rural living, allow agricultural and equestrian uses to really blend in together. There's an open pasture, riding areas, a round pen, and mobile stables, which we're willing to keep within the setbacks that the county is now recommending. Under the current zoning, as I mentioned, the zoning allows for up to 25 horses for personal use. Our request for 12 horses is well below what could occur by right. There are no new structures proposed. And with that, I'd like to briefly summarize what's actually being requested here after we look at the site plan itself. So anytime I see a site plan for the first time, I like seeing colors. It helps highlight exactly what's happening, what's going on here. If you look on the right portion of this site plan, there's an existing house that will not change. My client will live here seasonally with his family. He has a young family. He will be coming from Phoenix. His kids love horses. His wife loves horses. And their goal is to create a small mom and pop business that allow a low amount of traffic to come in and out to help store, board horses. And our goal here is not to inundate the neighborhood with new traffic. Our goal is to take what's already there, put it to good use. You can see a circular pen in yellow, maneuvering and parking area, which is shown in dark blue. We're willing to screen that area. Now, in the planning and zoning hearing, we had discussed Gamble Oak. One of the commissioners had mentioned potentially juniper or evergreen would give more proper screening to the northwest. We're willing to do that if the board will agree to that, or if we'd like to stipulate to that something with a little heavier screening to the northwest. The purple rectangle here are the 10 movable stables. As I mentioned, they are mobile. We can swing them away from the property lines per the recommendation of county staff. We have a large 150 by 250 outdoor arena. And then particularly to the south, we have roughly 4 acres of open space that give us sufficient buffer to the southwest here. The proposed conditional use here is small scale, family operated horse boarding. As I'd mentioned several times, there will be no new construction. Our hours of operations will be 9 to 5 roughly. Drop off and pickup will be by appointment only. Our goal is to limit traffic here. As I mentioned, this will be Mr. Castellani and his small family. They don't want public traffic coming in. They don't want people showing up without an appointment. This is going to be a very small, limited use. We anticipate 1 to 2 daily trips of people dropping vehicles off. Now, there was a discussion that was mentioned earlier. Our original discussion was to have no parking on site for overnight trailers. A few people on the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended we have trailers on just in case of emergencies. The number that was discussed during the Planning and Zoning Commission was 8 trailers on site. And our goal there is to leave trailers on site for emergencies. If there's a fire, if there are issues here, we want to make sure horses can get in and out safely. There was mention that hay will be delivered bi-weekly. Water will be delivered every 6 weeks. So not bi-weekly, every 6 weeks. That is a typo. We just talked to our team with the water truck that will be hauling water. We will push that to every 6 weeks. Our goal is not to inundate this area with traffic. As we mentioned, there is no night riding, no special events, clinics, amplified activities, intense outdoor lighting, and there is a shared well nearby. Our goal is to haul water. We don't want to impact neighbors in any sort of negative way. We will have 1 ranch hand and the family who will live directly on the site for a majority of the year. So before addressing this appeal, it's important to walk through how we got here procedurally. But before that, I'd like to mention one of the most important facets of this request is we are surrounded by G zoning. This is general zoning. It is supposed to be rural, agricultural in nature, and it's supposed to have large open spaces. And you can see we are surrounded by G zoning. There is Coconino National Forest to the northeast, and then of course the I-17 freeway to the west. The closest double R zoning is roughly 1,000 feet away. So this is tucked away from nearby homes. Most of the parcels in this area are currently vacant still. Procedurally, we have caught up on this for a long time. In April, we had the original pre-app. We then sent out, or my client originally sent out a neighbor email comment system. It was determined in August that was not done in compliance. We then had a second community meeting for comments in which we heard the neighbors reiterate concerns. At our second P&Z hearing on September 24th, we were unanimously approved with a series of stipulations and conditions that we believe impose conditions to address access, operations, and compatibility. Of course, that board voted unanimously to recommend approval here. An appeal was filed, and of course, we received a staff report yesterday and then early this morning recommending a denial of the appeal and an approval of this CUP that we're requesting today. As I mentioned, this is the findings. It was unanimous. I won't go through this for too long. We do have 25 horses allowed by right. We're greatly reducing that number to 12. We believe the scale and intensity are appropriate for rural setting, a small family-owned business in Coconino County. The conditions that were addressed here will help with the screening, road maintenance, which is a private agreement, manure management, water use restrictions such as hauled water, and setbacks from property lines to make sure that we're not bugging anyone nearby. Now, the appeal had brought up several points trying to overturn this unanimous decision here by the Planning and Zoning Board. The appellant raises numerous objections, including alleged pre-activity, applicant conduct, whether the applicant lives on the site, trespass issues, forest access, statements from the website. A key concern here is road access and maintenance. And I'd like to point out that there is a private access maintenance here that all the neighbors will chip in and work on the road together. Just recently, all the neighbors chipped in roughly $800 to increase the steel plating on the road to help with the engineering and make sure it's structurally sound. The appeal does not present any technical evidence contradicting the staff's analysis or the commission's finding itself. These arguments reflect private disputes or speculative danger rather than land use and zoning criteria. And the appeal, frankly, should be denied, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, and Supervisors. The board's decision here has to be based on whether the 4 required findings of fact for a conditional use permit can be made. The county staff independently reviewed this. They believe the use is consistent with G zoning. Most of the appeal arguments are outside of the board's zoning authority, including private easements, maintenance claims, ownership, and none of the appeal points or demonstrates that the proposed use is inconsistent with the zoning intent, is detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare, violates ordinance standards, or conflicts with a comprehensive plan that we're tied to. The Planning and Zoning Commission correctly applied the ordinance, and the record supports approval. I will briefly go through the conditional use permit criteria that team went through just a bit earlier. I won't rattle these off to you, but I will give you a couple highlights. The first criteria under section 57B5 of the Coconino County zoning ordinance states the use has to be consistent with the purpose and intent of the zoning district. This is a G-zoned property. It is surrounded by G zoning. This supports a rural lifestyle and compatible equestrian uses. Horse boarding first preserves open space. It continues the property's established equestrian use and reinforces an area's agricultural and rural character. It's a very large site right near the I-17 freeway. It has substantial separation from surrounding development, and we believe that this will not have any issues with anyone. So second is the use will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare. As was mentioned, 25 horses are allowed on site already for personal use. This is less intense. Our goal is to have 12 horses. And I'd like to mention this place will not be busy all the time. We will not be at capacity. This is a small mom and pop store that will have very minimal use, no nighttime activity, and work 9 to 5. Our goal is to drill or haul. We've decided we're going to be hauling, and the point of that is to make sure we protect any shared resources. Manure collection will be done weekly per the ordinance, and we will add screening trees, whether they're evergreen, pinyon, ponderosa, juniper, something that will create proper screening to the northwest. The third criteria is that the use complies with the zoning ordinance. We believe the stipulations that were approved adhere to these, and they allow us to operate in a manner that does not impact or affect anyone. This is harmonious with the letter and the spirit of the ordinance, and it supports low-intensity rural living without new construction. The final criteria of the conditional use permit is that it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Our goals here are to preserve the rural character and open landscapes. That's exactly what this does. It supports ranch land uses to conserve working ranches, unfragmented landscapes, and preserve the county's rural character. And of course, design with character and preserve with care. So our goal here is to have a small mom and pop business that can operate right off the highway. It will be minimal. Our goal is not to impact any neighbors adversely. We do understand this is G general zoning, to which something like this, when you're allowed 25 horses, only requesting 12 is to minimize the impact on those nearby. Finally, I'd like to just recommend, or I'd like to bring up the staff's recommendation in closing summary. Community Development Department recommended to deny the appeal and approve CUP 25022. The request satisfies the conditional use permit criteria set forth in 57B5. The Planning and Zoning Commission's decision is supported by substantial evidence. The appeal brings no new evidence warranting reversal. The CUP process we undertook was thorough, fair, and transparent. We had 2 public hearings in which neighbors had the ability to speak with full participation. And our request here is to affirm the Planning and Zoning Commission's approval of CUP 25022 and deny the appeal. I am open for questions. I know I took 13 minutes when I said it would take 10, so I apologize for that, Madam Chair. But that being said,
I got 14, but you did real well. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield the rest of my 1 minute.
All right. Thank you for your presentation. And last, we have the appellant, Paul Mooney. Is he present? It looks like Paul Mooney is present. So good evening, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight for 10 to 15 minutes, whatever that ends up being. But initially, I want to clarify and correct something that's been repeatedly stated by both Mr. Christelman and by Mr. Greenman. This is not my appeal. This is an appeal that was brought by every landowner up there. They all signed it. They all participated in it. I'm the spokesperson because I happen to be a lawyer. They teamed together and combined their money to hire Whitney Cunningham to help them at the initial hearing and ran out of money. You can't afford lawyers. I couldn't afford to hire myself. I charge $750 an hour for my time, and I couldn't afford to hire myself. I'm here not being paid because I am also an owner. My wife and I own 10 separate parcels up there that we've acquired over a period of years, starting back in 2013. We spent over $2 million of our money to acquire that property. So yeah, I care. I'm here as a lawyer representing all of the owners up there, and I want to make the record clear that this document, the appeal, was signed not only by me and my wife, but it was signed by Jay Klinger, who's here in the room and will be speaking later. He has comments he'd like to make. He and his wife own what we refer to as Lot 5. It's the furthest one to the east. There are 3 other owners. Tracy Shankman, who owns lot number 3, who actually boards horses for a living down in Tucson, Arabian horses. She knows something about this. She sent in a letter to submit her comments because she couldn't be here tonight. She apologized, but she will be participating, I believe, virtually. So I expect she may have some comments from Tucson. John Owen and his wife own lot number 4 through an LLC. John couldn't be here. He's actually traveling. He's hoping he has internet. He has the link and was trying to participate virtually and also offer his comments. Lacey Scott, who we thought might be here tonight. Lacey's a local landscaper who owns lot number 2, the one right next door. All of these people signed this appeal with me, and one other that also got completely overlooked, and that's David Duncan, who's a contractor, has been here since 1991. He submitted a letter with his concerns. And by the way, he owns one of those lots along the north. He actually has a home and lives there. So that was another error that was presented. There are 6 people also that live behind this bridge. That was misrepresented. Everybody keeps forgetting about a woman named Lynette Fox. Lynette Fox is the widow of Grady Fox, who was the last Fox family member on Fox Ranch. She lives in the original homestead that was built in the 50s. She's not here because she's largely invalid and very much a recluse. She just doesn't come out. She doesn't socialize with people. And so as a consequence of that, we don't really know where she stands other than things she said to different people. But I can assure you that it's not in her nature to want to have a business operating next door, which is what we're talking about. Let's be absolutely clear about something that has been misrepresented so many times. I'm getting tired of it. We keep talking about this as a matter of right. Yes, as an owner, if you own 25 horses on this parcel, you have, as a matter of right, the right to board them there. We aren't talking about an owner boarding 25 of his own horses or 12 or anything else. We're talking about a business. Fundamentally, what's wrong with this proposal is it is, in effect, actually a rezoning of this property, this entire area. Every single property owner around it has opposed it. Every one. One of the comments at the Planning and Zoning Commission by one of the woman commissioners, I don't remember her name, she said, you know, I'm troubled by the fact that everybody down here is opposed to this, and yet they unanimously supported it. Why are they opposed to it? Why is everybody opposed to it? None of us hate horses. We live in a rural area. I have a grazing lease with a cattle rancher who comes in and grazes cattle every summer up there. He brings all the pregnant cows and all the yearlings with their nursing mothers down and de-stresses them from the heat of the lower elevations to come up and graze. We've done that now every year for more than 12 years, except one year when we didn't have enough forage because the Woods Canyon Spring dried up. But other than that, we have cows up there every year, all over this property. I have a document that's a matter of public record that everybody in this case has ignored repeatedly, even though it is a matter of public record. It's called a conservation easement. It was established based on the use of this property dating back to the mid-1800s for grazing cows. That's the history of this area. That's the history that it was developed before there was a freeway. The reason Kel Fox and his wife Patty moved in roughly 1977 and built the house that I now live in with my wife, the reason he moved it was he was too close to the freeway. When he built the first house, there was no freeway. That's where Grady and his wife, Lynette Fox, lived until Grady passed away in 2014. There's also been a whole lot of other factual information that's totally inaccurate here. I don't want to waste a lot of your time, but I couldn't help but notice several people referenced the fact that the property line for this lot that we're talking about, Lot 1, is roughly 450 feet east of I-17. That's interesting. The ordinances, as I understand it, prohibit the distribution of manure within 500 feet of any waterway. There's a waterway that runs across the entire southwest portion of this parcel. It's visible in the maps. Mr. Klinger can talk about it. It starts from a spring up on his property, Lot 5. That waterway is where the manure was being piled for weeks and not being removed because they've been operating this stable without a permit since April when they signed a lease. This is a lessee. Think about that for just a second. Do lessees ever abandon leases? Do lessees ever default? Do lessees ever go away and leave a bigger mess than the property started with? I've been a landlord. That's not something I like doing because you don't have control. And this, we're now talking about granting a lessee a right to do something, operate a business that nobody down there has ever done and that nobody wants. Sorry, this isn't a matter of right. If it was a matter of right, why are we here? Why are we talking about getting a CUP for permission to do something? And why the heck are we doing that if they've been doing it since April? Frankly, that came up at one of the hearings and one of the members of the staff said this, well, it happens. I mean, when that person said that, I wanted to just scream. Unfortunately, I was on a virtual link and I couldn't be recognized, so I couldn't say anything. The fact of the matter is it makes me want to scream. Some of what's going on here is just wrong. Now let's get back to the issues. Key points. Every lot owner down there is opposed to this. None of us have problems with horses. In fact, most of us either own horses or have owned horses. What we have a problem with is a business in an area that no businesses exist. The closest business to this area is 7 miles away in Munns Park. There are no businesses here. This will be a first. That's why everybody's opposed. The applicant is a lessee. He's not an owner. He was never there this entire summer. So much for the idea that he's going to come up and be an on-site manager of a small stable. There has been no evidence that that's the case. None. I submit, I can't prove it, but I submit this was done as a tax. This was a tax deal. That's why you rent rather than buy. That's why you operate and pay an employee to come down there once a day for 2 hours to feed the horses that are there. This is a tax dodge, frankly, and it really shouldn't be condoned by this board under the guise of amending, in effect, the zoning law to allow business to be conducted there. Now, yeah, we have some concerns about the road. Nobody mentioned the fact that 2 of the commissioners actually went down between the first hearing and the second hearing, and they looked at the bridge. And they both stood up in their second hearing and said, this road is not going to cut it. We have the photograph or the video that I asked be put on, the short video of the flooding that happened in November, mid-November, 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. I don't know, I'd asked to have that put up. Do we have it? Can you put it up on the screen? I mean, I don't want to oversell the problem down there, but the problem is huge. We have an area that floods multiple times a year. I've never seen it flood like this in the fall. I have seen it flood like this every spring. And when it floods, we have a lake. And the lake covers the entire area where the bridge is, and you can't even see the bridge because you can't see down to the bridge. This is a single lane bridge. Can you imagine bringing a semi-truck full of hay across that bridge? There's no lighting. Here it is. Here's a short video of the area. That's the end of the frontage road. There's a cattle guard underneath that. It's completely flooded. Panning around to where Mrs. Fox's house, there's a second one that's a little longer than that, that pans around to where Mrs. Fox's house is. I mean, there's a bridge there. It looks like a dam. We have a problem. And you have another problem that nobody's talked about. That road that everybody keeps saying is a private road that is going to be now used as a business access point, that road is on private property. But before you get to that road, you have to cross the conservation easement that's owned by me, but the beneficial owner of the easement is the United States government. I tried to buy this property back in 2012. I had to wait over a year to buy it because the NRCS was in litigation with Rick Carber, the owner of the property, because he had the audacity to build a little dirt road across a portion of the conservation easement. That litigation took 4 years. We're about to embark on that again because the NRCS was never notified about this. Not once. Nobody's ever given notice to the NRCS. And the NRCS owns the property that you have to cross between the end of the bridge, which is on Forest Service property, and the private road. By the way, I'm told by the NRCS that they can find no evidence of an actual easement to the private road because the only easement that exists is an easement to Mrs. Fox's driveway, which is to the south and west of the area we're talking about. So you have to cross the conservation easement to get to this little private road that we're now turning into a public road because this is a business. This is what the recorded conservation easement says. Industrial and commercial activities, except for permitted agricultural uses and the granting of any right of passage for any purpose, are prohibited. Let me read from Article 4. That's Article 2. Article 4, same document, public record. Nobody's bothered to ever read it, apparently. The granting of this conservation easement does not convey to the public the right to enter the property for any purpose whatsoever. The public can view the property from the interstate. I submit we're going to have a big brouhaha. I've been a lawyer for 45 years. I've been litigating cases. Mostly I sue the government for a living. You folks probably know my name from some of the tax litigation that comes up from time to time. The reality is, I see this thing heading in that direction if we don't stop it now. And we need to stop it now because this is not consistent with the community standards. That's what your planning and zoning laws say is required. And I don't see any evidence that we're paying any deference to that. The last thing I want to say is, you know, roads don't maintain themselves. As it is, we have a frontage road that the Forest Service is supposed to take care of, and they don't. I know that because I've had to fight with them over just removing dead elk who get hit by cars. And I've had to remove them using my own tractor more than once. I worry a lot about the liability issues. I know Tracy Shankman wrote in her letter she's worried about that. There's no evidence that this renter is going to provide insurance. What happens if one of his delivery vehicles runs into somebody? What happens if his big water truck, which he's never brought across that bridge, collapses the bridge? It's been broken 4 times in the 10 or so years that we've been up there. We want to see it go down. If it goes down, there's no access for Mrs. Fox to her house. There's no access for any of these 5 other lots, including Mr. Castellani's lot. There's no access for me down to the southern part of my property, the conservation easement. These are all questions that should have been discussed, but instead we get 3 minutes to give comments during a Planning and Zoning Commission meeting and nothing happens. I'm sorry, this is wrong, and you all know that it's wrong. Even the people at the Planning and Zoning Commission said, I've never seen one of these where everybody was opposed to it, and yet they voted unanimously to approve it. That's simply not right. And that's the reason this group of people that are the owners appealed. The simple fact is, nobody's going to maintain this road unless the county wants to start assuming that liability.
Mr. Mooney, you'll need to wrap up your time.
I will. Let me wrap it up real quick. The last thing I want to say on this is this. I truly do believe that what the Planning and Zoning Commission did was converted private property into public property by granting a permit for a business to be conducted, because people who go to a business have to be able to get there. And right now, they can't, because this is private property. And that has been completely disregarded here. And I believe this is actually an inverse condemnation. And I believe it's a taking without compensation. And I think we've just scratched the surface of the problems we're going to have if we don't fix it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation. We have heard from the county, the applicant, and the appellant. Now we are going to ask if any of the supervisors have questions before I then open it to the public hearing. So first, I'm going to turn to the supervisors to see if they have any questions. Supervisor Ontiveros.
I actually have 2 questions that I would like addressed at the public hearing. Mr. Christelman, the first one is going to be for you, and that is, this has been referred to as a commercial use. It is my understanding that this is a use under the agriculture, that boarding is a use under ag. Is that correct?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Antros, that's correct. In the G zone, horse boarding is listed as an agricultural use permissible by CUP.
Okay.
Conditional use permit.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that, and I wanted that spoken in the public hearing. That's all I got for you. And Mr. Ring, our legal counsel, you have heard the comments on this conservation easement. Could you please address that for the board?
Appellant's avowal. It's the appellant's avowal that some portion of access to this parcel crosses over a portion of land upon which a conservation easement exists. It's with the National Resource Conservation Services. I have the easement in front of me, but I cannot, from the documents I have, discern what, if any, portion of access if any, crosses the NRCS easement. I do believe Mr. Mooney correctly summarized the easement, that there are restrictions that apply to the reserved areas. And so, but without a legal description, without a map, I'm unable to tell you whether in fact the aversion is true, that the applicant is utilizing a roadway that crosses a conservation easement. I would turn to staff to ask them if they have any facts or information that would support the claim. There are other comments I have about the private nature of the agreements in this case, but I'm unable to tell you whether this use in fact crosses conservation easement area, and whether there's a reservation in the conservation easement area for the access that exists today. So in other words, even if the road were to cross, which I cannot say it does, there may be a reservation in the easement for access to parcels that the owner, who is Foxborough Ranch LLC, reserved to themselves in negotiating with the federal government for the coverage of the easement. So there's more research that I would need to do in order to answer the question. But I don't think it's factually been established that the legal access actually crosses the NRCS easement.
Okay, so then if I can follow up on that.
Yes.
You are our legal counsel.
Mhm.
Should we disregard that when we're making our decision? The conservation discussion?
Well, here's how I would frame it, and you may have heard it from our legal department before. We don't enforce private agreements. Right? In other words, if there's a well users agreement, if there's a road maintenance agreement, if there's a conservation easement, these are between parties, not Coconino County, right? And so we often do this when we come across covenants, codes, and restrictions. And I think, Jay, at the front end of our ordinance, there's a specific statement where we do not enforce private agreements through our public authority, because that would be lending our credit to the aid of one or the other of the private parties. So even if there is a conservation easement, that may be a good basis for a private suit, but it's not a reason for the board to apply a standard that's different than the findings of fact that are required to grant the conditional use permit, of which there are 4. So if you can make the findings, the fact that there exists these other private easements and agreements is really not a factor in the findings that are necessary to grant a conditional use permit.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ring, and that was what I was looking for.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Ontiveros, may I just make one quick comment on that?
I'm going to do is I'm going to defer to the chair on the order of the meeting. So it's up to
Madam Chair, I simply want to point out that I used the county's map. The county's map shows that road crossing the conservation easement. So that's not an avowal, that's a fact. And that's all I'm going to say on that.
All right, thank you. And I think the attorney also for Ryan Castellani also had his hand raised. Did you, since we've allowed a response from the appellant, would you like to make a response on behalf of the applicant? Okay, no.
He's coming on.
Oh, okay.
1 minute. Mr. Greenman, are you on?
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Lovely. Thank you. I would just like to reiterate what the legal team had said. The conservation easement is a private legal instrument, not a zoning regulation, and it doesn't prohibit a proposed use. It's also outside of the board's land use authority to enforce. It's a separate civil matter. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. All right. With that, unless there are some other questions, members of the board, at this time, I'm going to open this to the public hearing. I'm going to remind speakers to state their name and their place of residence. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to our clerk of the board just to tell members here in person and those online how they can, in fact, be part of this public hearing. So Lindsay Daly, can you give them an overview on this?
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if you'd like to provide a comment on this public hearing item, we have comment cards on the table by the door. There's not that many people here, so we can also call you up to the podium. If you're watching the meeting and you're in our virtual format, the Zoom meeting, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. That will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you're on by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak also. Or if you're watching the stream on YouTube and you'd like to provide comment, you can send your comment to boardcomments@coconino.az.gov. And we do have a comment card from Jay Klinger. If you'd like to come on up to the podium, we'll provide you 3 minutes to speak. And if you can please state your name and address for our minutes. Mr. Klinger, you want to come on up to the podium? Again, you'll have 3 minutes. When the light goes red, that means your 3 minutes is up. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the time we're going to spend here. Thank you, Paul Mooney. Publicly thank him. He's done a lot of work for us up there at this property. I am Jay Klinger at 22990 Fox Ranch Road. I am Lot 5 owner. I'm not an attorney. I don't have a souped up speech for you. I'm just going to give you the on the ground knowledge of what I know. What I do know is that the presentation that you got by the applicant isn't what is going on. It's we have an absentee owner. I've been a property owner there for 5 years. I've never met these people. They have never been to this property when I have been there. I don't know who they are. I don't even know if they were here today. So we don't have this family business that they're trying to explain to you what's going to happen there. That's not what's happening there. The bridge is a very fragile piece of the puzzle at this point. I am the one that got the plates originally put on the bridge as they are today. The bridge right now, I wouldn't drive a large vehicle over it, let alone a water truck, let alone a hay truck. I have pictures of the pipes that are in the bridge, and there is a dent in the bridge about this deep of where tires had started to push the pipes down to where the car, when your car goes over it, it goes through about a 12-inch hump. So I put 12-inch steel plates on the bridge, and that's what's there now. I don't know how you would approve something of this nature when you put people in the public in a location that a fire truck wouldn't dare drive over. I wouldn't drive my motorhome over this, let alone a water truck or an emergency vehicle. You guys really should think about what we're doing when it comes to the safety of people. I do own horses. I understand what they're doing. I don't want to tell these people what to do with their property. But there is a very delicate piece of the puzzle that we as owners have to address. And it's got to be addressed soon, but now is not the time to do this. We have to spend an exorbitant amount of money to fix this. I don't even know how we're going to do it with all the things you heard from the attorney talking about all the people that own part of this. I don't even know how we're going to do it. The road maintenance is part of the lot owners. I am one of them. I have been trying to get the lot owners together to try to come up with some money to repair the road. The road in front of this arena is raised about this high out of the ground right now. It has a big hump in it. It's just coming apart. It's not going to be a road as soon as we put a commercial or this use over it. I understand you guys can't be part of that. I know that that's not something you can look at, but that's just what's happening.
Mr. Klinger, you're out of time.
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
ask you to wrap up.
I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Is there anyone else in the room here present that would like to provide comment during this public hearing item? You could make your way up to the podium now. If there's anyone that is on the virtual format, the Zoom format, you can hit the raise hand icon, and I do have hands raised that I see on now. If you're on telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand. And if you're watching on the stream, you can send your comment to boardcomments@coconino.az.gov. And since we do not have anyone else in the room that would like to comment, I do have Tracy Shankman on, and I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. If you can please unmute, you'll be provided 3 minutes to speak. Unfortunately, I know you can't see our light that turns red when the 3 minutes is up, so I'll notify you when your time is up. If you can please state your name and address for the minutes. Thank you, Tracy.
Hi, my name is Tracy Shankman. I live in Tucson, Arizona at 11580 East St. James Road, 85748. And I am the trustee for the Sean Shankman Trust, which owns Lot 3, which is 22906 Fox Ranch Road. Our property is within the limit that Mr. Castellani had to notify about this business that he would like to run. I actually have absolutely no trouble with horses. I have 7 horses of my own, including a stallion that I use for breeding. I ride a lot. And my problem, however, is with this being a business, because it is conveying a liability onto us, the other property owners who are maintaining the access, which is not really even a road, it's an easement. Anyway, it's an easement for ingress and egress. And the bridge isn't even really a bridge. It's a couple of culverts with some dirt piled on top of it, and now a couple of plates. The problem that I have, is with the liability issues. Because if you grant this business use of this, what is a residential private roadway, well, access way, really, then the liability does not fall on Mr. Castellani when people traverse that roadway. It falls onto all of the people who maintain that access. It's not a road, it's an access. That's all it is. And I have not been able to find any way to get any kind of insurance protection for liability for that problem. I can't afford that. I literally cannot afford to continue owning the property with a liability risk like that. My own liability insurance will protect for the ownership of our property for people who come and access the property, but it won't protect customers of a business. It won't protect us against lawsuit from them. If they wind up having an accident trying to cross that water crossing, if their car gets damaged because their tire sunk into a hole that developed between the culverts that are attempting to shuttle water underneath that area.
Ms. Shankman, your time is up.
Okay. One quick point. I do have horses, and I don't have any problem with the horses per se, but the owner is not apparently familiar with the needs of horses. And I put that in my letter. So that's all I've got to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments here this evening. Before we get too far down, I think we need to make a note. I got a note from our deputy county manager that Supervisor Vasquez left this hearing at 6:43. He will not be part of the voting on it, but just for the record, he left this hearing at 6:43. All right, I'm sorry. Go on, Lindsay. Next.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, we do have another hand raised on the virtual format. I'm thinking it might be Shirley Smith because somebody had said that name earlier. And so the letters look like it might be Shirley Smith. I'll go ahead and allow you to speak. Shirley, if you can unmute yourself and state your name and address for our minutes. We're going to give you 3 minutes to speak, and I'll notify you when the 3 minutes is up.
Hi, I'm Shirley Smith, and my address is 22643 East Muse Road in Queen Creek. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you
Oh,
just fine.
okay.
So please
Okay.
proceed.
All right. I guess I just wanted to say that when I lived there, I did board horses. I was not aware of the fact that I wasn't allowed to and didn't find out till years later and didn't have any issues. Um, I didn't have a lot of traffic. It wasn't a problem for any of the neighbors at the time, all the same neighbors. I'm not sure why it's an issue now. Only they can answer that. As far as Ryan goes, he is, yes, leasing the property for a total of 5 years. But it is a lease purchase agreement and it's all been legally done. So he is the property owner, with me basically carrying the note is basically how that works. Um, I don't know I'm not sure what Jay was talking about the road coming up with a big hump. I haven't been out there in a while, but I have no idea what that was about. But I know that we've been using that road and crossing that water crossing, and it's always been like that. It's always been a problem, but it's not an issue that can't be fixed or repaired. And I think Ryan has also spoke with someone regarding that and has a little more information on that. Um, Again, it's a beautiful property. I think horses are a nice addition. I do know for a fact that Ryan has had horses there all summer long, but they're his horses. And he had one other person with a horse there, which he is legally able to board up to 2 horses without the conditional use permit. He hasn't had a lot of horses. I don't know where everybody is getting this from, but I've had my friends check it out and I know that there hasn't been an issue with that. And since nobody else is there full time, I'm not sure how they're getting their information or where they're getting it from. You have property next door that, is has in the past ran a landscaping business out of there, and nobody seems to be concerned with that. So I don't see why they'd be concerned with something that goes with the natural landscape. And really, that's all I have to say, unless you have any questions for me.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else?
Again, if there's anyone on the virtual Zoom format, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. Or if you're on the telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you're watching the stream format, you can email your comment to boardcomments@coconino.az.gov. At this time, Chair Horseman, we do not have any other comment cards. There are no hands raised in the virtual or phone format, and we do not have any comments in our inbox.
All right, this is the final call for comments under the public hearing portion of this matter, and we're going to give it another 30 seconds.
There's no hands raised, no comments in the inbox, and no comment cards, Chair Horstman.
Very good, and I want to thank all of the people who did were here this evening for the public hearing, and at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to turn this over to members of the board to see if they have any questions, and I do have a couple of questions, and this is actually for our legal counsel on this. And I want to understand this because, you know, sometimes general use of words may be different than the actual legal meaning of those words. For example, a business or what is commercial. And I want to understand that in this general G zoning, that you have a horse boarding, which I assume is for pay, and a general use of something like that would be to call it a business. And in a business, the general use for a business is usually found in commercial areas. But in this particular case, because it's general G zoning, it is considered agriculture, not commercial, not quote business, but agricultural use under the G zoning. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, even our Director of Community Development said that's correct, and I agree.
Okay. And then if that's the case, we've talked about liability and risk for using the road. If in fact it is deemed agricultural, and that's what the zoning is, would there be any increased liability for somebody using the road for horse boarding or for, quite frankly, getting to their home?
Well, that's a very wide question, Madam Chair, and let me see if I can add some thought for you. The ordinance describes this use as agricultural. In fact, the zone is identified as agricultural or general, which allows for agricultural uses. We also, as a county, have zones for commercial uses, zones for industrial uses, zones for residential uses. But in this zone, the G general, we speak of it differently. It's not industrial. If it were industrial, it would be industrially zoned. If it were commercial, it would be commercially zoned. This is G general with agricultural uses, and amongst agricultural uses, you've got boarding. Now, the other operation of our ordinance, and I'm leading to something here, right? When we have permitted uses and conditional uses, we have a list of permitted uses. You do not need a conditional use permit to engage in a permitted use. We put boarding in the conditional category, where you cannot come in and initiate that use without conditions of approval, but the ordinance presumes that boarding is allowed subject to conditional use, conditions of use. So boarding is presumptively an allowed use with the right set of conditions. So the P&Z Commission entertained an application for a boarding use, which is presumptively allowed subject to the right conditions of use. And the purpose for going through the process is to identify what, if any, conditions would be appropriate for this use. And oftentimes what we find in the history of the way we administer conditional use permits, we don't try to identify in a permit every single aspect of a use that's necessary. What we do is we regulate those uses which are impactful, right? And so, I mean, you've seen this through the way we administer these ordinances. that we regulate only those types of activities, the scope of the activity that requires regulation. And that's because the conditional uses are presumptively allowed subject to the right conditions. So go ahead and ask your question again, and I'll see if I can answer it. By the way, the ordinance, to my knowledge, Jay, it does not distinguish between boarding for free and boarding for a fee. It just is boarding of horses.
And I think you've actually answered it. What the question was is there any greater liability for somebody using that road if they're using that road because they're traveling for the boarding of the horses or they're traveling to get back to their home?
Or they're traveling as a guest to have dinner at a house.
Exactly.
Right? There's a lot of reasons why invitees may be on that road. Right? It's not just limited to use of owners unless that's the way the ownership has arranged their agreements. But you can have guests, you can have invitees, all utilizing the legal access that the owners have to get to and from.
So we would agree that this is not a matter of right. However, it sounds like given this G zoning and the agricultural use, there is a presumptive use for equestrian, if you will, boarding, but you still need to go through the CUP. You still need to make the findings for CUP.
That's correct. You might think of it as a presumption of regularity, right? This is something that's a regular use, presumptively allowed, subject to the right set of conditions.
Thank you. You've answered my question. Any other questions, members of the board?
I don't have any, Chair.
All right. Supervisor Fowler? Any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been very interesting to determine if we have, the land use, the different properties, but I don't have any questions right now. No, I'm looking at what we have to consider to make a decision, which is to do our findings from that was presented by the planning and zoning, and then just the recommendations, additional recommendations. But we can do additional recommendation if we wanted to in addition to the 5 that is listed.
Absolutely. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Begay, any questions or comments that you have?
Hi, not at this time. I'm just trying to take all that has been said on both sides, and then looking at the packet that was given to us to see what would make me be the most sensible and compliant. So that's what I'm doing right now. So I'll be looking at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to just make a couple of comments, just kind of for the record on this. And it is, I'm not going to say it's unique because obviously it's just standard practice, but the fact that you've got a G zoning and agricultural use that basically allows for, quite frankly, a horse boarding business, whether it's for free or whether it's for pay. And I can understand why neighbors might see this as a slippery slope for their what they consider their peace and quiet. On the other hand, it is an allowable use according to the G zoning. The other is in terms of the conservation easement and the grazing of the cows. I would agree that's a private agreement. There may be, in fact, an opportunity for litigation in the future. Us lawyers always like opportunities for litigation. But I don't see that that's really before us here for the CUP or for the appeal. I also hear the concerns that have been raised with regards to the manure and the piling up of manure in near roadways and waterways. And I also note that that's one of the 5 conditions, and I think that's an important condition in a need that the planning and zoning approve the CUP subject to the condition of setbacks, including the manure spreading area for water sources. And also, I also understand neighbors concerned about the fact that this is a quote lessee, not an owner, but it's not relevant to what's before us. And it might be relevant to you as a neighbor, but it's not relevant to us, the Board of Supervisors, when we have to take a look at the findings for a CUP and the appeal that's being presented. And then in terms of that road, that road may, and I know you've got a road maintenance agreement there. And in fact, 2 commissioners may have looked at that bridge and said, hey, there's problems. It sounds like a lot of people who live there say, hey, there's problems. And I think there's going to be problems whether they're bringing their hay back for their own horses or whether they're bringing hay back for horses for the boarding area. That's something I hope the owners or the property owners can take a look at and address the issues, because quite frankly, that issue is going to be there whether there's horse boarding there or not. So I certainly hope that that's something that the neighbors will work together on. And I have to take a look at the findings of fact under the CUP. I take a look at what planning and zoning and their unanimous decision on it. And quite frankly, I would concur with the findings of fact for the CUP. So those are my comments to be made. I understand the concerns of the neighbors. I understand this looks like a slippery slope away from what they have considered rural residential property. But given the fact of what we have before us and what the law and G zoning allows, I think it meets the findings of fact for a CUP, and I don't find a basis for the appeal. Any other comments from members of the board? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to start by saying that I'd like to state for the record that I have read the staff report and executive summary prepared by county staff, the applicant's narrative, and the letters written in opposition. Additionally, I participated in a site visit to this property yesterday with county staff and Chair Horseman. That was done on December 15th, 2025. As previously stated, this use was unanimously approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission. And I do not take a unanimous planning and zoning decision lightly, but neither do I rubber stamp. So there has been a lot of information provided over the course of this case. Some of it relevant, some not. So I'm just going to cut right to the chase. The water, bridge, liability, lease purchase, and road issues are outside the purview of this board. What is before the board is whether or not to uphold the Planning and Zoning Commission's approval of this use. This use under our zoning ordinance is permissible with the issuance of a conditional use permit. To approve a conditional use permit, there are 4 findings of fact that must be made. I can make all 4 findings of fact as set forth in staff's analysis in the staff report. So I am interested in hearing the other commissioners' comments on this, but at this point, I am in favor of upholding the Planning and Zoning Commission's approval and denying the appeal. And there's a couple of other things that I want to address here. There has been comments on why would you approve something when everyone there is in opposition? That goes to these 4 findings. There is not a 5th finding where if everyone shows up and they're supportive or everyone shows up and they're opposed, we have to make our decision on the 4 findings of fact, and that is where I have limited my decision to. Other things that I'm kind of interested in hearing from the commission is I know that when the applicant's representative was giving his presentation, he had brought up, hey, we can put up any trees that you want there. And I know that when we were on the site visit yesterday, I was thinking about this, that if the trees are going up for screening purposes, then probably evergreens would be better than the gamble oaks, just because they would remain shielded at all times. And something else that had come up was that I guess some people want horse trailers there and some people do not. And being around horses my whole life, I think that where there are horses, there needs to be a horse trailer for emergency evacuation, other reasons that you need to get them out. So I'm just interested in hearing other supervisors' comments on those. But that's where I'm at.
Thank you. Any other comments from supervisors?
Yes, Madam Chair, this is Lena. I too have read the documents. It was a large document that was provided to us. I also had a meeting with our staff regarding this, and having to ask my questions there, and then just looking at and really we have to consider the findings, the 4 findings, and I do find that from the planning and zoning, and I agree with the recommendations, the 5 recommendations that have been made. Water was brought up, and we as the board cannot use that as a consideration. Also, the road agreement was already addressed, and I agree with with my colleagues on that. And also horse trailers, it is absolutely necessary when we have, when it needs to be used to, horses, you gotta have horse trailers to haul horses around. And I too have been around horses, and those are necessary equipment or tools that are necessary when it comes to horses. I can understand the horse manure, but it is addressed in the 5 findings, and so I too am in agreement to uphold the planning and zoning decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Begay, any comments you'd like to make before I entertain a motion?
I think, yes, there were a lot of things that were brought up that, didn't really pertain to the CUP conditional use permit to acquire that. And so I'm kind of thinking about just, allowing that we uphold the decision that P&Z did at the time as they proved it. So, and that has been brought to our board. So that would be my comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. If there are no further comments from the board at this time, I would entertain a motion.
Chair, can I go back to in condition number 2, it talks about, is it condition number 2? Where it talks about the trees? Yeah, it is condition number 2. Do we want to modify that to say evergreens?
Personally, I think evergreens make a lot more
Yeah.
sense than gamble oaks. I like gamble oaks,
I
but
do
I
too.
think the evergreens would probably do better.
For shielding purposes.
Absolutely.
And I know that we have discussed here, I don't find anything in these 5 recommended conditions of approval about any prohibition on horse trailers.
I don't either.
So,
Problem.
yeah, so they can be there or not. So we're just going to let that be. So with that, I'm more than happy.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
we have a wildlife, I believe, staff on. We have a wildlife staff on, part of our staff, and I'm wondering if, or environmental, I'm wondering if maybe the community development and the owners can work with that individual to determine what tree is best for that, for the fencing.
I think it's the recommendation was gamble oaks on the other oak trees on the other hand. I think there was an acknowledgement that evergreens, they didn't really specify the type of evergreen, but evergreen trees might provide a little bit more protection.
Yeah,
Won't
okay.
it doesn't lose its leaves.
Yes, Madam Chair, and I haven't visited the place, so thank you.
Thank you. At this point, members of the board, I would entertain a motion to deny or approve Resolution 2025-68, upholding Planning and Zoning Commission approval of a conditional use permit for horse boarding on a general 10-acre minimum zone 12-acre parcel on Fox Ranch Road, and denying appeal or upholding the appeal of the CUP approval. As this time, I'm going to ask for a motion.
Okay, Chair, I'll go ahead and make the motion. I'm going to make a motion that we uphold the Planning and Zoning Commission's approval and deny Appeal 25-22. And with the modification to the recommended conditions of approval, specifically number 2, modifying where it is the third sentence, it looks like, or second sentence. It's the one that says the site plan shall also include 10 Gamble oak trees. I'm going to modify the 10 Gamble oak trees to say 10 evergreen trees.
Members of the board, you've heard the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor, and we're going to go ahead and do a roll call since we have people online. Supervisor Vasquez, I believe, is not present. So Supervisor Entreveros.
Aye.
Supervisor Begay.
Aye.
Supervisor Fowler.
Aye.
Supervisor Horseman. Aye. It is 4-0. The motion passes. All right, any other comments? Otherwise, again, I want to thank the folks that were here today, and thank you for your concern and appreciate your comments. With that, members of the board, we are proceeding. We have more public hearings ahead of us. There is a public hearing and a consideration and possible adoption of ordinance 2025-10, approving AM 25-02, an amendment to the county zoning ordinance regarding accessory dwelling units, or ADUs. And this is community development. I know you've talked to us before on this, Jess, so we look forward for your update and where we are with this matter. So appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisors, thank you for the introduction. Chair Horseman? Yes. Yep, that is it. Thank you. So, Madam Chair and Supervisors, this is an amendment request, or proposed amendments to the county's zoning ordinance, and this is actually state-required updates to the county's zoning ordinance. We did a work session with you a few months ago, so much of this will be very familiar, the topic and the slides, because this is very consistent with our work session discussion with you. So HB 2928 was approved back in the spring. It does require us, the county, to increase the number of ADUs, accessory dwelling units, permitted in residential zoning. And we are right on time here in that we are required by the state to update our zoning ordinance before the end of the year. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Well, there is a little bit of some options for the county in this zoning ordinance amendment. So I would point out, and this is the same presentation we gave to the Planning and Zoning Commission in their hearing for them to give you a recommendation. But we do have a stated purpose of accessory dwelling units, the section of our zoning ordinance. I think it's section 3.4 of our zoning ordinance, and we really feel that the proposed amendments are very consistent with that purpose that we've had in our zoning ordinance for quite some time. So just for some pictures, a sketch site plan here. When we think about single family residential zoning You think about a site, here's a sketch with.
We know you didn't use AI
property
for
lines.
that.
No, we didn't. No. We won't tell you where the resources came from to create these drawings. But if you think about a site, you see the property lines on that site. You've got one house, one footprint of a home on the property. That's what we normally think of in single-family residential zoning. Under our zoning ordinance currently, we have allowed for quite some time one accessory dwelling unit, one ADU, and we've had performance standards for that ADU. It's been a great addition to the county's zoning ordinance years back. As a matter of fact, I'd probably say that our county was kind of a leader in making ADU provisions and thinking through ADUs as something that would be good for the housing stock of the community. So this is what we're permitted currently: one home and one ADU. The little square you see there with the detached behind, kind of in the backyard of the house. Now, per state statute, now on all parcels, all lots within the county, we will be allowing 2 ADUs, one attached, as shown in that sketch there, attached to the main home, and one detached, the one in the backyard. This would be for all lots. And on all lots that are 1 acre or larger, 1 acre plus, you're allowed a 3rd ADU per state statute and soon to be our updated zoning ordinance. So here you see that 1 attached and 2 detached. So that makes for 3 ADUs on a 1+ acre property. That is required of us as a county to amend our zoning ordinance to allow for that. What the county has some discretion on, the county may require that second detached accessory dwelling and of course that's only on properties that are 1 acre or larger, be restricted for affordable housing. And here on the slide, we have our definition that we talked to you about before on what that means. What's the definition of affordable housing? In our discussions with you and with the Planning and Zoning Commission, we discussed the pros and cons here. The benefit here is the community needs affordable housing. And a benefit of having a restricted affordable housing ADU on properties is that ADU would not be eligible for a short-term rental permit. It could not be Airbnb'd. Those are the pros. The cons, it would be a little more work to administer. This would be on county staff to administer this process. We have kind of strategized and looked into and set up our permitting software and some of our other systems to be able to do that. So it is possible. And the other downside, the other con, is it does restrict flexibility for property owner on that 3rd ADU or that second detached ADU. In your work session and in the Planning and Zoning Commission study sessions and then the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing on this item, it's obvious that the preference overall was to move forward with the restriction for affordable housing, full well knowing that could be removed at some point in the future. As a matter of fact, the history of ADUs in Coconino County is that once upon a time, when ADUs were first allowed under our zoning ordinance, they were all deed restricted, that you wouldn't rent them. They would only be, they're just mother-in-law flats. They're just, for your grown kid or whatever. They were just for your family. The county realized over time that did not serve the public purpose of providing more available affordable housing in the community, so we removed that requirement out of our zoning ordinance. So this is kind of following in line with maybe how the county has worked with accessory dwelling units and restrictions of them. We can go a little more restrictive early, and we could remove that restriction at some point in the future if we felt like it wasn't serving any purpose. Just for your edification, we put a slide in here letting you know what 80% of AMI, that would be area median income for the people who would be eligible to rent these. Household size on the left, and then you see Coconino County's annual earning limits to meet that 80% AMI, and then 2 of our neighboring counties as well, so you know relatively where they are in relation to us. In that actually those 2 counties are more affordable. Their AMIs are lower. In a lot of the discussion and in some of the requirements of this legislation, we will point out that there are setback considerations. We are required to reduce the side and rear setbacks for ADUs to 5 feet. That's lower in some zoning districts. We have various setbacks based on the size of the zones. So that's a requirement. That's not something we have an option on. There are also size and separation considerations. Currently, accessory dwelling units under our zoning ordinance are limited to half the size, 50% of the size of the primary home, not to exceed 1,000 square feet. That will change per state statute to 75% of the primary home, not to exceed 1,000 square feet. So increasing in size a little bit. This is something we are used to administering, and we work with it all the time. That will be an easy update, an easy change. One other thing, just to let you know, is we are currently in process of working with the city on a set of model plans that were designed for sustainable, using fewer resources, accessory dwelling units. When that process moves forward, there will be a set, pre-approved set of plans that are sustainable. It will be quicker, cheaper, easier for property owners to get a good design that's relative for our county. It was really, taking our county in consideration for that design. So just want to let you know that that program is in process. As with all development, all buildings in the unincorporated county, water and wastewater are a big consideration. On-site wastewater systems on most of our acreage type properties, the 1 acre and larger, are expensive. And if you start adding additional dwelling units, you're increasing the required wastewater system. So we know these are going to be some natural constraints. Wastewater systems take space on your property. So there's going to be some natural limitations as to how expensive and even how much land you have available to be able to add accessory dwellings on your property. So just things that we know we will be working with in the future. Honestly, we currently work with under our current code. So we will point out that this amendment is consistent with our comprehensive plan goals and policies. You see there the land use growth goal to ensure a wide range of housing choices, and a supporting policy, Policy 9, under the land use and growth section, that the county encourages affordable housing efforts. So we do see this amendment is consistent with our comprehensive plan. These are the findings for a zoning ordinance amendment. There's 3 findings for a zoning ordinance amendment. The Planning and Zoning Commission was able to make these findings, and the recommended response is there on the screen under each of the findings. And the Planning and Zoning Commission, do forward a recommendation of approval for these amendments as outlined in your staff report and in your draft ordinance, and that can be done with approval of Ordinance 2025-10. And I'd be happy to answer any questions on this.
I do have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I know the findings for the zoning ordinance amendment. I see that. You had a discussion, however, earlier about the county may require that second detached ADU to be deed restricted for affordable housing.
Mm-hmm.
I know this is something we, the board, have talked about in the past. So is that part of the amendment included in the recommendation that's being brought to us tonight?
Yes, Madam Chair. The recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission does include the deed restriction for affordable housing on the second detached ADU.
Very good. Thank you. You answered my question. Any other questions? If not, at this time, we would open this up for public hearing. Want to remind speakers to state their name, place of residence. And right now, public hearing is open, and I'm going to turn this over to our clerk. She's still here?
I'm here. Thank you, Chair
I'm
Horstman.
going to turn this over to our clerk to basically let the public know how they can be part of this public hearing.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if there's anyone here that would like to provide comment during this public hearing item, you can make your way up to the podium and we will provide 3 minutes for you to speak. I don't see anyone from the public here. If you have joined the meeting virtually on Zoom, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you raise your hand, we'll be notified that you'd like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and let us know you would like to speak. And if you're watching on the stream YouTube format, you can send your comment to board comments at coconino.az.gov. I don't see any hands raised for the phone and Zoom format.
We'll do a final call and wait just a few more seconds. Members of the community, this is your time to be heard on this public hearing.
And there are no hands raised and no comments in the inbox.
Very good. At this time, then, I am going to close the public hearing. I'm going to ask the board members if they have any questions, and if they don't, I would entertain a motion on this. Supervisor Ontiveros.
Okay, Chair, I don't have any questions, but I'm more than happy to make a motion. I would like to make a motion that we adopt ordinance 2025-10, approving AM-25-02. Yeah.
We have a motion for the recommendation of approval of AM 25-002, and this can be done with the approval of ordinance 2025-10. This does include a requirement that that second detached ADU to be deemed restricted for affordable housing. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye, and I'm going to do it roll call again. So District 2 is not with us. District 3, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Aye.
Supervisor Begay, District 4.
Aye.
District 5, Supervisor Fowler.
Aye.
In District 1, Supervisor Horseman. Aye. It is unanimous. That passes. Thank you very much. Thank you for your work on this. We're moving along. But then yet another public hearing. And it's number 35. I want to make sure I'm doing this right. Number 35, thank you. Public hearing, consideration and possible adoption of ordinance 2025-11, approving amendments to ordinance 2023-04, the county's short-term rental ordinance. Again, I'm going to turn this over to community development. It looked like Mark Stento.
Okay, very good. Good evening, Madam Chair, Board. My name is Mark Stento. I'm the Compliance Manager of Community Development. Not usually in front of you presenting ordinances, but this is a short-term rental update, so it does fall in my wheelhouse. This is an adjunct, of course, that goes along with House Bill 2928 from 2025. One of the allowances within 2928, well, ARS 11-269.17 was updated, allowing counties to require the owner of a vacation rental or short-term rental to reside on the property if the property contains an accessory dwelling unit and if a certificate of occupancy, certificate of completion, or similar final approval for the accessory dwelling unit was issued by the county on or after September 14, 2024. Our ordinance proposal is very, very short. It adopts essentially that item from House Bill 2928. And the language is very similar. So short-term rentals with new ADUs constructed after January 1st, 2026 will be required under that ordinance, if adopted, to reside on the property. So the property will need to be owner occupied if they're operating as an STR, and they have a an ADU that was permitted and received a certificate of occupancy after January 1, 2026. That is the only proposed update to the county's STR ordinance. There is a definition update to go along with it that also defines ADUs. They were not previously defined in the ordinance because they didn't need to be. So to be clear, this would have no effect on current or new STRs with existing ADUs. This would only affect short-term rentals with ADUs constructed after January 1st, 2026. We don't have a ton of short-term rentals operating principally out of ADUs. We anticipate this effect would be relatively minor. It would prevent the scenario where someone purchased a property and then sought to take advantage of the additional ADUs available to them, but then use those for short-term rentals as opposed to using those for housing. In that case, the owner would be required to occupy the dwelling on the property. And as we know, short-term rentals with owner-occupied or with owner-occupied that are owner-occupied rather tend to be pretty good behaviors. So that would help maintain neighborhood character while still allowing purpose-built ADUs as short-term rentals. And as I noted, the real-world scenarios are potentially pretty rare. I don't think we'd see this but a handful of times. But again, they would be potentially impactful. If someone were to have 3 STRs and attempt to seek permits for that, that could be impactful to the character of the neighborhood. So staff recommends approval of the proposed ordinance 2025-11. Do you have any questions for me?
Members of the board, any questions before I open the public hearing on this? Doesn't look like we have any questions. So at this point, I will open the public hearing on this. Members of the public, now is your time to be heard on this proposed ordinance. And it is basically to meet the requirements of changes in Arizona law. And at this time, I'm going to turn this over. The public hearing is open. And I'm going to turn this over to our clerk to let the public know how they can be part of this public hearing and make comments. So, Supervisor Lindsay, or I should say, you should just sit up here because we really are minus some people. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if there's anyone here that would like to provide comment on this item, you can make your way up to the podium if you're here in person, and we will provide 3 minutes for you to speak. If you've joined the meeting virtually on the Zoom format, you can hit the raise hand icon, which will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And if you've joined the meeting on telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. Or if you're watching the meeting on the stream YouTube format, you can send a comment to boardcomments@coconino.az.gov.
All right, now is the time, members of the public, to be heard. Thank you, Clerk Daly.
And at this time, Chair Horseman, we do not have any hands raised, and we do not have any comments in our inbox, and there is nobody present in the room that has indicated they'd like to speak.
All right, then at this time, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And members of the Board of Supervisors, if there are any questions, now is the time to ask them. And if not, I would entertain a motion.
All right, Chair, I'll go ahead and make a motion. I make a motion that we approve ordinance 2025-11 with Exhibit A, approving amendments to ordinance 2023-4, the county short-term rental ordinance.
We have a motion by Supervisor Ontiveros. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. I'm going to do again roll call vote. So District 2 is not with us. District 3, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Aye.
District 4, Supervisor Begay.
Aye.
District 5, Supervisor Fowler.
Aye.
District 1, Supervisor Horseman. Aye. It passes 4-0. Thank you very much. Thanks for being with us, Mark. You've been here all day too, so thank you. All right, members of the board, we are moving on. We have gone through 4 public hearings. Congratulations. Nice job. Clerk Daly, you've done an excellent job of keeping us on track, so thank you. We have some other items. Is there anything we absolutely need to discuss? And if there County manager, is there anything we need to
Madam Chair,
discuss?
the board, there is nothing pressing that we need to discuss, but we are at your pleasure if you'd like.
All right. Well, my pleasure is let's adjourn.
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
Well, thank you and happy holidays, everyone.
Now, happy holidays. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.